Hi. Yo. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Thursday, 12:32 p.m. It's 12/18/25. That's the December 18th, 2025. It's 68 degrees, and I'm Skycatlive. What's up, guys? I went to bed at like 7 a.m. and then I woke up like 2 hours later at 10:45. So I had like no sleep today. Of course, it's just like going from one shift into the next shift, and fun, having a 15-hour shift, a 3-hour nap, and then another 14 or 15-hour shift. We'll see how that goes for me, but it's going to be a very low energy stream, and I didn't want it to be that way, but other people whose lives have to fucking overflow into everybody else's, like the selfish pieces of shit that they are, took over my fucking, took over my day today and got my ass up at like 9:15 in the fucking morning as I went to bed at 7. So, but other people's lives have to absolutely dominate and take over mine and dictate everything that I do. I wouldn't be suffering if that wasn't the case, It's just, that's how it's got to be. So, as long as I'm suffering, as long as I suffer, everything's par for the course. I am back to look at more Diddy slop. I am in 76, like looking at the stuff they're giving away for free right now. I'm logging into X4 and Grand Theft Auto 5 and Fallout 76. I'm going to turn it off the big face, as long as I'm suffering and I'm losing my time, everything is right with the cosmos and the humans can go on about their shitty muggle lives as long as I suffer. That's the main thing. As long as I suffer, we're all good. So, here we go. And yeah, and so we're getting into the 76 here. Hi, kitty. My kitty came to see me. Hello, kitty. You wonderful kitty. Hello, kitty. You are blocking the camera. Yeah, you're blocking the camera. Yeah. Oh, womp. Hi, kitty. It's cuddle the kitty time. Sorry, I didn't know. It comes on randomly and she just starts purring. I don't know if you can hear it. Probably not. She's such a special kitty. Okay, on X4, I woke up to 50 million, which is good. I think I kind of want to make like 30 combat ships or something. Maybe I'm just gonna like let it stack money all day, I guess. Yeah. And then let's unmute. Sorry about that. And yeah, my cat is having a love attack in the middle of the start of the stream, so I'm just gonna, just facilitate her. Hello, beautiful kitty. Yeah, your tail's in the air, is it? Hello, kitty. I love you. Don't know. I don't really feel like playing almost any games. I think the industry is dying. I think MMOs died. I think my government and my politics and my party have died. I think the Republican Party has split into three and it's a trilateral commission now. And I think, music died. And I think television died. And I think Hollywood's about to die. I'm not a doomer. I'm just only seeing doom. I'm only seeing doom. And if you don't believe me, let's go look at the goddamn YouTube page. I forgot I was uploading, so let me finish this because I got to get this onto the internet now. Hi, beautiful kitty. Okay, 12:17, part 1 of 4. Hello, beautiful kitty. I don't feel well. I feel sleep deprived and I feel over caffeinated. And I feel like I've been working for months and months and months and months and months, and the caretaker aspects of my job just sort of overlap into my normal job. and it feels like it never ends. And I know this is because my mother feels frazzled and overstimulated right now, and it just translates directly to me, and now I feel frazzled and overstimulated now, which isn't something I ever feel unless I'm around her. She feels that, so she's such an anxious person that she literally fills the fucking air around her for about 1,500 feet with this like vibe of anxiety and stress and overwhelmed and just too much, you know, all the time. I can feel it in the air right now. She exudes it like some kind of generator. This weird anxious energy where you can't relax, you work too much, you can't calm down, you can't like get rested, you can't feel normal. And she literally generates this into the valley around her, basically. And it brings me down when I'm around her. And it's not her fault, but it's weird. We just have a strong family tie. She's my mother and I'm her son. We have a strong family tie. And when she feels those things, I feel those things. And it's so fucking annoying. And I don't like it. It's not a general state of being for me to feel anxious or unrested or that I can't sleep or I can't relax. That's all her stuff that she just basically dumps on me. I don't usually have problems with that. She called me up at like 9:15 in the morning. She's like, you have to go to the paint store now. Like, that's how she opened up with the phone call. She was like, you have to go to the paint store now. And I was like, do I? Do I really? I just went to bed at 5:15. It took me 3 hours to get to fucking sleep. I took my fucking sleeping pills. It took me 2 hours, well, 3 hours to get to sleep. It's like, you know, I finally got to sleep at like 7:15 or 8:15 in the fucking morning. She knows I'm an insomniac and I have troubles with sleeping. So I got to bed at 8:15 and sure enough at 9:45, there's the phone call. You have to go to the paint store right now. And it's like, oh man, is it on fire? Shall I alert the 911? Do I have to go to the paint store? Are they in the abduction rape scenario? Am I Liam Neeson and Taken? Have they taken my daughter? Why do I have to go to the paint store? She's like, you have to go to the paint store now. And I was like, all right. Jesus Christ. And I've just never lived like that, like an executive who has to have everything the instant that they fucking conceptualize it. It entered my brain, so why isn't it a reality? I don't know why. I don't want to hear the ends of any sentences. That's a Simpsons joke about piece of shit baby boomers like my mother who can't hear the end of any sentences because that's waiting way too long or whatever. They're the executive. They've got to cut you off. They don't have the bandwidth or whatever. Executives causing all of the problems in the fucking world, from the software problems to the politics problems to the fucking television problems to the child rape problems. Executives, most of them television executives. I'm not kidding. They are going to overhaul Starfield to a 2.0 state, and I learned that today, which is really pretty heartening news for me. They're going to improve the travel modes and stuff, and the 100 levels and the 600 hours that are dumped into Starfield on a achievement friendly mod run is really starting to pay, and I can't wait for those changes to hit. I thought about playing Starfield today, but I was like, well, I can probably just go play 76 instead while I wait. It'll keep the content more fresh for me. I'm running out of content. ESO is dead. 14 is dead. I won't ever touch them ever the fuck again. 76, I played it to death. It's a really good game, but it's not truly an MMO, and it doesn't have the Holy Trinity, and it doesn't have forced sociality. It doesn't have followers. It doesn't have trust. It doesn't have any of that stuff that MMOs have. I love it, and I like the building, but I also don't use the building, and I don't do that content, so I don't know. Like, I don't want to play Arc Raiders because Epic and fucking GeForce Now and fucking Steam, or what, I don't even think Steam is involved, but Epic and GeForce Now can't seem to talk to each other for some reason on that one. They can talk to Xbox and they can talk to Epic, and Epic is good on GeForce Now, but for some reason the most popular game in the fucking world did not come to GeForce Now on Epic. It was only on Steam, and I swear to God they play those games on purpose. They want to see if I can fucking buy both copies of the game, or they're so incompetent they can't make it happen. Well, it's in either way, it's really bad. If you're too incompetent that you can't make Arc Raiders, which came out 2 months ago on fucking GeForce Now, the most popular game in the fucking world. Should we go look on fucking GeForce Now? And it's you have to buy the copy on Steam. And I know that they talk to each other and they hang out in the same cigar bars and they talk about their fucking pricings. I swear to God they do. And they know that I bought a copy of Arc Raiders on Epic for $30 after all my Epic discounts and stuff, and I waited for GeForce Now to get Arc Raiders. It probably never ever will. So then I'm just not going to play Arc Raiders. I'm not buying another copy on Steam. Epic won't give me a refund. It's past the 2-week period and stuff. They're nice and they want to give me the refund, but they don't. I mean, it's past the 2-week period. This is against their policy. That I get. I took too long or whatever. So now Arc Raiders to me is like a functionally dead fucking game, which I think is the truth anyways. But I mean, it's a functionally dead game to me because of fucking shit ass corpos like P. Diddy that like to fuck over kids in the video game developer fucking industry. And I'm sorry, but it's just like, nah, I'm sick of fucking paying the costs of you shitiots who can't seem to get Epic to run fucking the GeForce Now copy of, get GeForce Now to run the Epic copy of, fucking Arc Raiders, the most popular game in the fucking world, and Grand Theft Auto 5 isn't on GeForce Now, and I want GeForce Now to run because it's the only client that I can get that doesn't have hitches. It's GeForce Now. Any other clients, they designed them to hitch, I think. They do that on purpose so they can sell video cards. They don't optimize these games so they can sell the video, so their fucking hardware friends that they're hand in hand with, that are in the same industry, can sell fucking video cards and shit. I swear to God, they're so corrupt. And so all the time I'm like, maybe fuck GeForce Now, maybe I don't sub to them again. I'm not addicted to Rust, so I don't need GeForce Now the way I used to. You know, it really does play Rust without hitches, which is a hard thing to do. And now I think GeForce Now is dead. Now I think Nvidia might be dying. It's like actually kind of crazy. Like everywhere I look is complete and utter piece of shit rich white person fucking interference, fucking incompetence, and fucking stress. It's rich white software developers who have no fucking idea how to design anything at all, who pass the cost of business on to the consumer, rape children with the billions of dollars they get with government contracts and sales of video games to kids and their fucking parents. And then they buy children with the money that they get. And it's fucking disgusting. And I'm just sort of done with this culture, maybe. Maybe video games are dying. Maybe America's dying. Maybe music's dying. Maybe, Hollywood's dying. Maybe we all need a big, massive reset. I don't want war and I don't want nuclear war. But maybe it's time. We can't seem to fucking run anything at all competently because of our fucking greed, our fucking laziness, and our reliance on our Dunning-Kruger reliance on things that don't work like AI. And I'm sorry, but we do. We have like a Dunning-Kruger $6 trillion black hole that we call the AI revolution that we dump $6 trillion into. And this AI, it can't even tell me how to play a video game correctly. shit that's like in strategy guides that it can pull off the internet, it'll still bungle. It can't even tell me how to play a video game correctly. It can't even get sims correct, much less real life. And we know that the self-driving cars crash into people and all that shit. It's fucking weird. Why did you invest all this money in such a faulty fucking technology? It's insane. I learned that video games don't use AI almost ever. They like maybe procedurally generate levels, and AI has a little bit to do with that. But overall, when you're fighting, like we think of AI as enemy scripting, but no, I watched a video like a couple days ago where they were like, no, what you think is AI in the video game industry that has made you pro AI, because you're like, what would I do without enemy AI? And they're like, no, it's a misnomer. So this a misnomer that like the gaming magazines from the rag started, because those fucking idiots that used to write for gaming magazines, they don't know shit about gaming. They play Destiny and they like it. They're fucking stupid. Like Ralph from fucking Skill Up. They play Destiny and they think that's a good game because they're fucking bad. And I know that they've been doing this. They've been using the phrase enemy AI since like 1986 when we first started seeing the concept. And they're like, the enemy AI in this game is really super good. And then it really revolutionized when Dark Souls hit. And they were like, the AI that the enemies have in this game is like, you know, elevated and you know, is actually really a superior experience and all this stuff. Come to find out, From Software is actually genuinely really good at mob scripting writers who were writing like every skeleton in Dark Souls has like 390 fucking scripts that it runs depending on what button you just pressed or whatever. If you step back, it runs a script for, okay, you're backpedaling away from me, then I'm moving forward. And if you step left, it's like, okay, well, you're running left, so I'm going to step right, and I'm going to try to sweep at your weak side where your shield is, and you know, and all this stuff. And the enemy AI scripting is really fucking good, but I don't know why we say enemy AI, because it's not like there's some, you know, chipset code in that game's software code on your hard drive that's running some kind of sentient AI inside of the game client that's telling the mobs what to do. It's just fucking developers who wrote scripts, and the scripts seem like AI because it looks like the mob is moving and breathing and reacting to you. But no, it's actually thousands and thousands of little scripts that they write that are like, if player does this, then this and this equals 0. If player does that, then this and this equals 1. If player does this, then da equals 0. And it's just this reactive fucking script, kind of like dancing. And you could call it AI, I think, for some stuff like procedural generation or level generation, or like, I swear to God, I don't think, well, I do think Bethesda places like hand-drawn items in the world when they make their cells and their monuments and stuff. But I think the enemy AI populates random placed scripts of where items can spawn that the developers like, well, in this ice machine. No, it's not like that. The ice machine is a scripted loot table. It's actually really not AI. Where the AI comes in is if you go and look, I'm sorry, the Bethesda and their piece of shit, cocksucker, brain dead, loser ass, fuck you, ruining the industry ass fucking inventory. It will not let me sprint again because Bethesda's fuck you, piece of shit, loser ass, low IQ, fuck the industry, fuck the player inventory is fucking me over. So sorry, and I'll be honest about it. Your fucking inventories can suck my dick, piece of shit, cocksucker, Bethesda. I'm not holding it back, and I hope they do put me on TikTok as I fucking cuss your fucking names and hope your families get terrible farting diseases and can't stop farting until they fucking die of farting. I swear to God, Bethesda, your fucking inventory shit sucks so much fucking dick after 25 fucking years. I kind of hope you do get kicked out of the fucking industry. I'm sick of dealing with your fucking bullshit-ass inventory. Fuck your inventory. Now I can sprint again because piece of shit developer and his constant reminder that I've got 300 pounds and it just dumped 1,200 pounds of loot on me fucking sucked that dick and got that shit out of the fucking way. And I'm not going to talk about that any longer. But I mean, goddamn, I wish the AI would manage the fucking inventory for one thing. Because your fucking piece of shit scripted 200-pound inventory and the 5,000 pounds of loot that you dump on me every 5 minutes can suck a fucking dick, you illogical piece of shit, incompetent piece of shit developer. Fuck you, Bethesda, fuck you. Full blown, fuck you. Your fucking inventory problems after 25 years, suck my fucking dick with your 200 pounds or 5,000 pounds of loot. Suck my dick, for real. Like, you can see I'm not in the mood to take this shit from piece of shit developers who won't let me sprint. Fucking idiots. And they're not even that bad as some of the other developers, and they're definitely not as bad as their single-player selves that give you like 95 pounds to work with or whatever. And they just dump 700 pounds worth of worthless crap on you and, like, you know, wasted, dirty, used tampons and rusty fucking coat hooks or whatever. Fucking stupid. Anyways, done cussing the developer. I get angry at them all the fucking time, and I think I'm just going to sort of slowly step out of this industry now. And as crazy as that fucking sounds, I thought I would be a gamer all of my fucking life, but watching these piece of shit developers hack it out there and totally fuck us with inventory problem woes and can't get good expansions out, lie about how big their content is or how long it is, or any of this other shit that Bethesda and all these other piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developers fucking do. I'm just done taking their fucking abuse. I feel like a P. Diddy victim. Watching all these victims that the P. Diddy got a hold of, and all these fucking stories and stuff, I keep thinking like, man, I can relate. I deal with the software developers. I know how these victims feel. I get fucked by the fucking software developers all my goddamn life. I know what it's like to be victimized by somebody for years and years and years. And it's weird because I'm talking about video games and software developers and bungling about tiny things, right? But it is years and years and years and years and years of Bethesda incompetence and abuse. It's no different from P. Diddy. It's them passing the cost of business of being a record producer or a fucking game producer onto the fucking consumer, and us suffering to pay the cost. It's disgusting. Ruining rap, ruining the video game industry, fucking pieces of shit. I don't really see a difference between these fucking corpos and these fucking pederast fucking musicians. I don't really see a difference. They're all weird bad actors that take advantage of kids. It's fucking weird. Fuck them, you know? And their fucking piece of shit fucking 300-pound inventory with, you know, fucking 5,000 pounds of loot can suck my dick, dude. You did just dump another 160 pounds of loot on me in 5 minutes, and I didn't even go to a monument, and you overlogged me again, and I didn't even do anything. I strolled through the meadow. Your fucking inventory shit sucks my dick. Get a clue, you worthless piece of shit developer. You want to know the only reason I will play Starfield is because you fucking fixed the inventory to the point where I now have like 23,000 pounds. It's still not enough. It needs to be goddamn 500,000 or something. The amount of fucking loot that you dump on us and expect us to carry is fucking so brain dead, illogical, and worthless and incompetent that I pray for Bethesda to lose their business, because it is like torturing us. Fuck these assholes. You torture me with these terrible inventories. Fuck you. Like, I miss New World because at least they did give you like 1,700 pounds to walk around. And yeah, you did fill up after like 45 minutes. Your fucking 1,700 pounds still isn't good enough. Your item implementation is like torture. You dump 5,000 fucking pounds of loot on us that's totally worthless, that has no implementation in the actual game whatsoever. And then you make it our fault by killing our sprints. And you can suck dick with that worthless ass piece of shit design. And I hope you lose your company over it. I hope you suck a Mill's dick. Fuck you, Todd. I hope you suck a Mill's dick. You and your fucking inventory space after 25 fucking years. Suck my dick. You're fucking video game developers selling a fucking experience. You think the realism counts for something, but I mean, nah. It's not really realism when you dump 5,000 pounds of loot on me and I have a 300-pound loot inventory. It's not really realism. That's just you designing badly. You are clueless about it. We've been hitting you about it for 25 fucking years. When I logged into Starfield and I saw the 300-pound inventory and the fucking 700-pound inventory ship, I was like, oh, dear God, Fallout 76 gives me 1,800 just in the fucking stash right off the bat. You couldn't even match 76, the game I already own. Your own game. You can't even match your own game. You gotta be so shitty and fucking negative and fucking incompetent about your fucking inventory that you don't even give me the same inventory that you gave me in 76, a fucking MMO, and it took you a year to fix that. Fuck you. Like, fuck Bethesda. Like, for real, fuck Bethesda. I'm getting off their title. Like, fuck this fucking company, dude. Most days I can tolerate it, but sometimes I'm just like, nah, man, you dumped 240 pounds of loot on me and all I did was kill a mole rat. What the fuck? What? Like, what? Like, come on, man. You can see it. My patience for them is wearing fucking thin. Like every day that we're expected to swallow this tripe is fucking retarded. I can't swallow the tripe that Donald Trump expects us to swallow. I can't swallow the tripe that P. Diddy expects us to swallow. I can't fucking swallow the tripe that fucking Final Fantasy and fucking Square Enix and fucking Blizzard and fucking, you know, Bethesda, the tripe that they expect us to fucking follow because they have us addicted to their product like drugs, the way that the rappers have us addicted to rap and the fucking television has us addicted to television and all this stuff. They're all just junk dealers. They're all just junk dealers, and they take our money and they use it for really nefarious fucking things, and I'm kind of sick of voting for them with my money. The fact that I have Arc Raiders sitting on this fucking list, and I can't fucking play it, and I spent $40 on it, is so fucking stupid. I'm about to say fucking video, too. That won't be good for your fucking stock ticker. If I just full-blown decide not to support NVIDIA anymore, I'm sure other people will, too. You gotta fix this stupid ass shit, and you're disconnecting me every 8 minutes on a service that I pay $200 a year for. That is goddamn something like 30 times the price of Netflix or something like that. But you disconnect me every 8 minutes. 8 minutes! Fuck you, piece of shit cocksucker developer, and I mean it too. I'd say it right to your fucking face. Your piece of shit standards and practices should be illegal, and I want some lawyers to look at you, and I want you to lose your company. I want one of you guys, like it won't be Square Enix because they're Japanese. I want Bethesda to lose their company to some kind of government trust like Insight, where they take a look at what they actually provide kids for how much money they actually charge. Like in the gacha and all this shit. I want some government insight on how bad these piece of shit developers are actually treating us. I actually really do.
Any preferences for what we do? Everyone is going to leave it up to me? Of course. All the pressure. Ballroom. Oh, okay. I guess my take on the ballroom is going to be different. I'm
I know 50 Cent is weird. I can't believe you killed your fucking parents, you worthless piece of shit. I can't believe you're putting the Menendez brothers back into our fucking news cycle while they're about to go to war with fucking Venezuela, and we just dealt with the Menendez brothers like 30 years ago, and it took 15 years for you to work that out of your system. We still saw a resurgence like this year of more Menendez brothers shit, and now you've got a new one with Rob Reiner, so you're gonna spin on this for 15 fucking years, and this guy, this fucking Nick Reiner guy, he's gonna be the stuff of negative fucking, you know, Sith fucking piece of shit fucking negative, like, you know, like emotional vampire killer guys, and we're gonna spin on this for like 15 years, and I don't want to. Why did you kill your fucking parents? Why did you kill a CEO, Luigi? It's a CEO. I don't care if he fucked over a bunch of people with his healthcare shit. He still didn't actually go put the branding iron to somebody's flesh, but you shot him down in cold daylight like it's a fucking drive-by or something like that. It's a fucking suit dummy working his piece of shit traitor job. You can't gun down somebody in fucking public, and I can't believe they idolized you for that. Fuck that. And so now we got these people killing their parents. We got Luigi killing fucking CEOs that never hurt anybody, like physically anyway. Yeah, those CEOs hurt people, but they have not like physically hurt somebody in their personal lives to the degree where they should be executed in cold blood on the fucking street with no warning. I don't want that kind of reality in America where I might be fucking executed like in cold blood as I step out my fucking door. Why? Well, look at what you're doing to America with and you were venerated for this. And it's like, man, like, and you fucked up the left. You made the left look bad. They're saying that you're leftist. I'm not sure. I don't know any leftist who will shoot a man with a pistol. I don't know about that, man. You keep saying you're fucking leftist and shit. Nah, I think you're just gay, and I think you think that leftist means gay. Leftist doesn't necessarily mean gay. We've been through this over and over and over again. Yeah, we support marginalized fucking communities, like the dictionary definition, but we actually have a much higher fucking capacity for our, we have an amazing capacity to avoid violence. Like, that's the main thing. What kind of leftist guns down a CEO in the goddamn public? Fucking shitty. You're not a leftist. You're some right winger that killed somebody in an assassination. Fuck you. What leftist is going to go gun you down in public like John Lennon? We all know how bad John Lennon's murder was. We would, most of us, at least, most of us who are sane, would never ever wish that on another human living being ever again. We don't want John Lennon's being gunned down in fucking public like Luigi or Butler or fucking, Charlie Kirk. I don't want this shit. Charlie Kirk got killed. There's so much stupid ass shit. P. Diddy has destroyed the music industry. It's hard to be optimistic when every single industry just died. Your country is going to war probably. There's all this terrible stuff. It's hard to be optimistic. You have a diaper don guy who can't even string two words together. He's so goddamn senile, running our country into the ground on both sides. We have like terrible problems. We have Rob Reiner getting killed by his kid after a 70-year career of making the best fucking comedies in Hollywood or something like that. Where's the respect? You don't want to respect this man? Has Rob Reiner ever actually killed somebody or raped somebody? We don't know, but I fucking doubt it. I don't think he deserved to get the Luigi treatment and get stabbed down in his home or whatever. This Luigi treatment, it's all the Sharon Tate murder in different variations. It's done for shock value to try to scare us into never being able to relax and never not feeling anxious and always being upset and triggered by everything on the fucking news. And I'm sick of feeling triggered all the fucking time. It's not libs being triggered by fucking Trump. It's really not. It's a normal, sane person with a working conscience, a working heart, and a working soul, seeing everything that he loved, from music to his country to his government to his people to even like luminaries in Hollywood and shit like this that made stuff that he respects, completely shat on and dragged through the fucking mud and tortured and killed. It's insane, and I don't want it. It's like weird. It's like this negative fucking trip where it's like your greed, your quest for money in this World of Warcraft quest has taken us across the world and has dissed everybody. And it's just fucking weird. I don't really want your disrespect campaign. Some of the stuff is so boring. It is slop. It's not AI generated slop, but it's still slop. It's like human generated slop. It's like all of this stuff. This is human generated stuff that he's getting 600 views on today. About the ballroom thing from 3 weeks ago. That was 3 weeks ago. Remember when they found out what he was doing with the ballroom? That was like 3 weeks ago. Here's 600 fucking people looking at this guy talking about something from 3 weeks ago that nobody's even thinking about anymore. That's cool, but it's like, why? Like, why would this be? It's this thing from 3 weeks ago that's already been resolved. Why would it be that interesting that he pulls 600 views in 6 hours? That's like 100 views an hour. You know what they're doing? They're coming to look and see how bad his video is, I think. That's like literally what they're doing. They're like going to see how bad his video was. That's what I did. I came in and I was like, how bad is this video of slop stuff from a fucking pulled straight from the headlines bullshit thing from 3 weeks ago that I stopped having outrage about like 2 weeks ago, And it's weird. Rockstar sent you a package. They know I said that the new meta is boats and bases. But I also neglected to mention the other part of that meta, which is the word now. It's like now. I'm sorry, the meta right now is boats and bases. By the time you all get boats and bases out to your games, like World of Warcraft with player housing and shit you should have done 20 years ago, or should have at least made the garrison like a build as opposed to, just crappy static things. And it's like, you could have done this like years and years ago. You finally do it because I make a comment in some fucking video game I'm playing in the chat about how the meta's fucking boats and bases. I probably said in New World or Quinfall or some New World expansion or any MMO, probably WoW or something. I mentioned in some chat to a bunch of developers who were sitting in some launch thing testing out some MMO, and they read in the chat what I said, which is like the new fucking meta. And I was saying this on Mortal 2 a lot. I was saying Mortal 2, Henrik, you need to get boats and bases better, build back better with boats and bases bases, you know, and it is a BBB fucking Build Back Better, like fucking, you know, boats and bases meta. It is. It's like we want mobility of our base. You know, it's not only do we want like a base building thing, but we also want to be able to fucking move it anywhere in your world that's way, 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 way too big, you know? And the problem is, what I neglected to mention when I left those little sneaky comments in the chat trying to sway the whole goddamn industry is I forgot and I left out the word now. I meant now, like a year ago. That was a year ago when I was making comments like that. Like a year, it was like 6 months ago or something like that. And what I neglected to say now. If you don't do it now, your games are going to die. Dune Awakening is proof of it. Like if you don't do it now, you're not going to make it. If you didn't do it by now, what I needed to say is the meta is boats and bases, mobile bases. If you don't have that right now today, when I was making those comments, you're not going to make it. New World is proof. If you don't have boats and bases accessible right now today, like Minecraft, Valheim, even Quinfall has that stuff. Quinfall has a better chance of surviving, I think, than ESO, which is fucking sad because at least Quinfall has boats and bases. ESO does not. And that is the fucking meta. The other problem about it is, remember, we're like this plastic, fantastic, demanding culture. We want our shit now. We wanted it yesterday. Put the democracy in the fucking bag, bitch. Put the video game in the fucking bag. Get it done. And I needed it a year ago. And that's the other problem about we need boats and bases. The meta is boats and bases. And I was neglecting to say now, because I just assumed that the developers understood that they had missed that deadline and understood what I was saying when I said that. But there's this afterthought of the word now, because yeah, if you guys show up like 6 months, a year, like WoW showed up late, like Blizzard showed up late to this table, like 18 months late, and now they're like trying to get us in the door at midnight by saying is, oh, the player housing will give you a reason to play the game. And it's like, yeah, cool, if it had been a year ago, but I mean, now at this point, I'm bored of boats and bases. I mean, that's how this shit works. You guys are fucking bad at your own industries. You move so slow on the obvious boats and bases meta. The Grand Theft Auto 5, the most successful fucking game in fucking history, just now finally got like a player actual house that you can like change around, like the Fight Club scene where he's like choosing stuff from the IKEA catalog and stuff. Like that's building to a degree, and it is living in the world and not technically a mobile base, but you can fly a helicopter to your Michael DLC mansion. So it's like, it's not totally bases, just like WoW's housing isn't totally a base. You know, it's not totally a base. You can't build it everywhere. You got to build it on pre-built plots and shit in some place you don't want to live, and there's no immersion to it because you can't actually go plop down in your favorite river outside Teldrassil or something like that. You've actually got to go pick some shitty plot that they preordained, and that, I'm sorry, but that is not really bases. And neither is the Michael DLC. The Michael DLC is kind of boats and bases, sort of, because it's like this new base that you can actually customize, like Rust or something like that. And it is good enough, and so is the WoW player housing, because we've been begging for stuff like that for like 5 years. We're like, boats and bases are the fucking meta, and you gave us the Kasaka submarine, which is a mobile base, and I do love it, and I give Rockstar the fucking pass, and I'm like, yes, you did provide me the meta when it was actually timely to provide me the meta. They are doing that. So I like Rockstar because they gave me what I asked for. I like X4 because it's like a mobile base with, you know, it's like a mobile base that I can build. They give you stations that you can build, and it's got a mobile base in the form of this ship that you can have some autopilot take you all around the universe and stuff. And that fulfills my space pilot. I'm Captain Picard on Star Trek, and I'm looking over your shoulder and telling you to take me to the next trade envoy or whatever. And yeah, and another part of the meta is RP, and I suppose I should have said that, but I assumed that boats and bases sort of just covered that part of it. Boats and bases are fucking worthless. They're not worthless in Rust. They serve a PvP function in Rust, but in EVE Online. But they're like, that's like the only 2 games in history where bases actually, maybe DayZ, are like the only 3 games in fucking history where the base actually matters. Maybe Once Human, Raid Zone, and any other free for all things like H1N1 or whatever. But But like overall, like we don't really have boats and bases meta, and RP is something, and now is something that I shouldn't have to say. I thought that was kind of implied in the boat. The meta is boats and bases. If you don't do that, you won't make it. I was making comments like that in every chat. I thought there might be developers in. I was like, the meta is boats and bases. I would say it on New World. I've been saying it on New World launches since Elysian. I've been like, the meta is boats and bases. If you give me bases, base building, and a boat, so I can so your big giant world actually has a reason to live in it, I will stay here. They couldn't do it, so they shut down New World. They can't do boats and bases. They're like competently bankrupt. And their competence is bankrupt. They have no competence. They can't build well anymore. They just keep rehashing everything that they used to do. Just like Hollywood and Marvel, just like fucking rap and music getting dry, just like the radio, just like politics, just like Donald Trump. They're Dunning-Kruger pieces of shit who told you they could get the fucking job done. When they actually sat down in the fucking chair, they broke the chair, fell backwards, fell through the fucking floor, took out the building with them, and they look up at you from the rubble down there with broken bones, and they're like, hey, do you like our boats and bases? And it's like, well, you kind of... When you sat down, you broke through the floor and destroyed the building, but yeah, it is a base build, yeah. Yeah, okay. And so you're like, yeah, this halfway competent thing that you deliver barely on time to reach the boats and bases meta, that's very clear that it's here with the success of Rust and the success of Minecraft and the success of survival games and the success of Extraction and the success of Arc Raiders and, fucking Escape from EFT and Escape from Tarkov and all this. We can see that survival, boats, and bases, simple metas that are clear for anybody to fucking see who actually has a competence in this stuff. You can see what the fucking metas are. It's role-playing properties. Cozy role-playing aspects is the first really big one, and I thought that was kind of included with the word bases and boats. That's all role-play stuff, and then there's this implication that it's got, and when I say meta, there's this implication that if you don't make the meta and provide it to me in time, you don't provide the meta when I want it, and then I move on to something else. And that's why they call it the meta. It's like, what's best in slot right now? Most people don't know what meta means. It means best in slot right now. And that might change as more theory crafting and more games or more money or more DPS or whatever is introduced into the cauldron of elements here that we're mixing, like a pensieve or whatever. I implied that you need to supply the meta in time, but World of Warcraft did not do that. Grand Theft Auto 5 did not do that. They provided lackluster 50% halfway competent base building where you go pick a static place, move in there that they choose, not you, and you act and role play like you have an actual base that you built, and you install things in there like televisions and shit, and you throw parties in your crib if you're doing Grand Theft Auto roleplay and stuff like that, and some of these players are really happy with the content. And then there's people like us that are like, where's the boats and bases that are the obvious fucking meta? This isn't building, and this isn't a mobile base. Kasaka was, but the Kasaka sucks to use, and it has almost no fucking in-game actual functionality. All it is an RP tool that they spent a lot of time, a lot of money, and put a huge gate in front of. And I love the Kasaka, but the minute I got it, I stopped using it because it's not really a boats and bases meta edition. It's just like that stuff that they did to No Man's Sky. I wouldn't really say No Man's Sky fails at the base building and open meta of base building and boats and stuff. I wouldn't say No Man's Sky fails on that. But what they did supply isn't good enough to keep me there, and there's not enough of good enough gameplay loop in Starfield to stay around. And I talk about these things because I don't think anything's going to change. I'm hoping somebody listens and realizes that, yes, it's a race. You have to get to the meta before everybody else does. It is a DPS race. You have to supply to me what these other crazy giant MMO companies can't supply to me right then in that moment, like a drug dealer. And then I will buy it from you, and I will venerate your company, and I will make you rich and famous. If you give me these halfway sort of competent Michael DLCs and halfway sort of competent, Fallout 76 DLCs and such, I'll continue to like your game. But there's going to be this point where if you don't actually motivate and multiply and elevate and become superior in your design senses again, in the ways that we loved you in the first place with things like Skyrim or WoW, you will lose me. Like, I will leave the fucking industry. I have already left EVE Online in Final Fantasy XI. I'm finding it very difficult to log into World of Warcraft. I don't like ESO and 14, and I won't touch them with a 10-foot clown pole covered in shit. There's all these things that I won't do because they're just not what I'm looking for. And sure, what I want is not what everybody wants. But I mean, I'm asking for really basic things that Minecraft supplied us in 2007. 2007. What do you want, kitty? You want to go outside? You stir crazy? Okay, you can go outside. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you stir crazy. Get out there. Fine by me. Get out there, kitty. In or out, kitty? In or out? Out. No? No, you don't want to do it? Alright. You needed to see it? Okay. Well, now you've seen that it's raining and that you don't want to go out there. Don't bother me anymore. I love you. Yeah. And I'm like, man, like, this game doesn't totally give me the base building, like, fucking mobile base feeling that I want. No Man's Sky doesn't totally give me the base building freedom thing that I want. Starfield doesn't totally give me the fucking, like, it's close. Starfield's close. It actually is, except the habs suck. The ships suck. The shipbuilding sucks. The mobile base thing is there, but you fucking put it behind so many gates, like inventory space and money and shit like this, that there's so many gates between enjoying the boats and base meta while it's still current that nobody will play the game. Like, nobody will play Starfield because they know that they would have to sink like 200 hours into it to get anywhere. And the game's just not good enough yet. You're not providing these overall core gameplay loops that actually get us addicted and keep us there anymore. It's like you expect us to eat the gristle for the rest of our lives. You actually have to put some meat on the bone occasionally and take a fucking risk and do something that's outside the fucking industry box. Because Starfield is not outside the industry fucking box. You thought it was. But no, it's a mixture of No Man's Sky and Rust. That's all it is. It's Rust and No Man's Sky. It's got the combat of Rust and the worlds of No Man's Sky. There is absolutely nothing original in Starfield whatsoever. X4 did everything Starfield's done 10 years before it ever came out. And I'm sorry, but when you begin to see the stuff that they rip off and call new in these weird industries so they can just rob us of our fucking money for shit and pass the cost of doing business on to the consumer and shit. Like, yeah, you can see it. Like, X4 did 10 years ago what Starfield still can't do, which is sit you in a ship inside of a station that's got ships flying in and out. That actually, I mean, yeah, some ship docks in Starfield do feel alive. They don't feel alive like this. Like, I'm sitting inside of a space station and there's all this space traffic and stuff that isn't real, like that thing, but it still looks real. It looks like I'm actually in a sci-fi station. Why is X4 better than Starfield? I'll tell you why. It's because you didn't go make Starfield. You made No Man's Rust. And it is No Man's Rust. Nobody will play it. You made No Man's Rust. You didn't try to actually make the shipbuilding or the interiors good. You did make the combat good. I've got no complaint with the combat, but it could use more guns. There's not enough guns in that Borderlands random generated gun system that you jacked. Yeah, like, what is Starfield? It's like a mix of Diablo, Borderlands, Rust, and No Man's Sky. There's nothing original in it. Nothing. Star Citizen had done it before. X4 had done it before. There is nothing universally new in Starfield. It is just No Man's Rust, And I like those games, No Man's Sky and Rust, but the combination of them wasn't good enough. You also needed to add some X4 autopilot implementation. You needed in-space trading that really felt like there was an interstellar economy that got people addicted, like EVE Online. There needed to be stock market stuff. There needed to be like, interstellar market that you can place items that you just got from the monument you just run on an interstellar panel, and then drones fly off that stuff if anybody buys it from your ship, just like the vendors in Rust. But you don't do basic ass shit like that where it's like, yeah, okay, in this dungeon I don't have no reason to run it except for the magazines, but hey, if I come in a new, like in a new Starfield, maybe a different Starfield, I come out with 25 guns that I pulled off those guys, and I just bash place them on some interstellar terminal, and some other fucking pirate NPCs from some planet 50 billion AUs away buys my 25 guns that I just got from the thing for full price, instead of your crappy vendors who pay 16 copper or whatever for 25 guns. It's like, oh, I got 432 credits, 432 schmeckles for this 25 guns that I got from this last monument, and 76 fucking suffers from this. It's a little better because you do a lot more scrapping in 76. But it's still like, it's still not good enough. And they could make Starfield good. I marvel at the easy stuff that they could do to actually make the game good. But they are so fucking lazy. They thought they could just sit around on some concept, and the mythos of the game would just keep it afloat forever. And it's like, no, you launched early. You launched with optimization problems. You made so many massive fixes to the ships and the options menu and the config and how you can make a game or set the settings like custom and stuff like this. You hoped that custom would save Starfield, and in a way it kind of did. And like, that's all well and good, but shouldn't that been in the game since day one? Because it was in the game of Fallout 76 since Fallout 1st. So it's not like this is a new concept to you guys. You've had it since Fallout 1st. So why not just actually put that in Starfield? It's a good system. But and so these Radiant quests, I like them the most, but there's no reason to do it because you sell everything that you get in 4 seconds for like, I don't know, like, 30,000 credits or something. And that money means nothing because there's nothing to buy that you actually need. Like, I'm sorry, and I don't want it to be like water and air and gates like that where I have to go spend all my money buying water or buying air or buying inventory space. Like something about Rust, like when you are working towards getting your first AK or whatever the fuck it is, like, it really feels good when you get that gun in your fucking hand. It feels the best that any game feels. You're like, oh my god, my power level just went from I had a spear and I was like poking pigs to I have an AK and I can take out a 4-man now. And I mean like humans. I can take out four armed humans now if I'm good enough. And that item implementation, it is just missing from modern single player games. I don't know why. You cannot make these items and this loot feel like it matters. And I don't know what that is. Maybe the AI can suggest to you some solution to this, but why is it that you can't make items that I care about? I can't think of a single item in all of Starfield except for Blend that I actually like. There's got to be, fucking 50,000 items or something in this game, and one of them is good? Like 2 of them is good. The Starborn suit and and Blend. That's it. Like the Starborn suit, Blend, and like my best weapon are like the 3 items that I've seen out of the 50,000 items that have dropped that I actually care about to even read. Diablo suffers from this. Borderlands suffers from this. I don't read the fucking affixes on the goddamn loot because the loot's worthless. Is the eye level higher? And that's a problem. That's something Blizzard did to the industry with Diablo and World of Warcraft and Borderlands and stuff. And then 2K did it with Borderlands. They make it so that the items just don't feel like they matter. And so when you get 50,000 of them, it's like, well, I got 50,000 of nothing. And I don't know how you fix that. That's a real bad problem. You boil down like 9/10 of the loot. You simplify to like 1 stim pack, 1 psycho, one gun, or I don't know what it is. You simplify down, and then you make those items good. So then any other items that you add have to be so good they've got to compete with that item. But I mean, right now it's all rusty tampons and rusty coat hooks. It's weird. It's all stuff that really doesn't fucking matter. They made fun of that, and they made fun of Bethesda in that "It Just Works" video. It just works. It just works. Telling lies and all this stuff, right? And it's like why would you fucking fill our 95-pound inventory with 2,000 pounds of rusty coat hooks and expired tampons? It's weird. It's fucking weird. Those items don't mean anything to me. Breaking them down doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even bother using the salvage box in Fallout 76 anymore, other than for you to stop being a piece of shit cocksucker Nazi software developer who forces me to deal with my inventory every single 5 seconds or something like that. Yeah. After New World stopped making me do that, I resented you guys a lot more. Like, New World gave me an 1,800-pound inventory that you could be out for 4 or 5 hours. It didn't matter what you picked up. It was a decent inventory. I'd never seen it before. In 30 years, why was it AGS with New World, a game that's gone now, that's dead? Why did AGS outdo World of Warcraft on inventory? Or, well, pretty much every other MMO with inventory. Why did New World have a better inventory than all of your games combined? I don't know why New World died. I really don't. For one thing, they've got the only inventory that I can stand. And you guys, it's clear what you need to do, which is improve that inventory by some kind of crazy exponential number, like 50 times what you currently have it. And you need to stop being so miserly about it. Sure, it has to do with your server bandwidth and it has to do with your overhead and money. I admit that. It is something that does need to be considered as a working fiduciary company that's got, fiduciary responsibilities to investors and stuff. You have to look at the cost of providing me a large inventory. Is it enough? Is it something that you can do for me as a customer and still provide a product that the investors are happy with and the customer is happy with? I don't know. I'm not an MMO creator, but I know that New World did it, and now they're dead. It doesn't really make sense, but New World gave me an 1,800-pound inventory for the 5,000 pounds of loot that they dump on me every hour, and I didn't hate them. I still don't hate AGS like I hate fucking Bethesda, and that's weird because AGS lost and died. They're gone. Like, that's weird, but I mean, at least they didn't fucking punish me with their piece of shit, low IQ, illogical, self-defeating, paint yourself in a corner, piece of shit, incompetent developer inventory limits. Inventory limits. Why am I complaining about inventory in 2025? You do need to reinvent that wheel. You reinvent too many wheels, and you give me Oblivion remasters that I don't ask for and shit like this. That sucks. But I mean, the wheels that I do ask you to reinvent, like your piece of shit inventory and all your loading screens, you don't do shit about. You still haven't done anything about the loading screens in Starfield. You have not really fixed the inventory. I mean, you did. But I mean, it's like, but it took you what, 2 years? 2 years. That should be like that at launch. It should technically be illegal for it to not be like that at launch. It's like you took an inventory problem and you tortured the people that hand you $100. $100 is a lot of money when you sell 1 million copies of something like that. That is $1 billion. It's insane. It's a lot of fucking money for software developers. And what do you do in return? You just don't even bother fixing the inventory? Fuck you. I hope you lose your company. I'm sick of you fucking torturing us. Let's go look at the next new worthless RPG that I'm not gonna play. I woke up I know, because I've been having trouble sleeping. Something fundamentally changed in this country's balance, this world's balance, in the video game industry's balance. Something has fundamentally changed where my politics are failing, video games is failing, Hollywood is failing, music is failing. It's just like everything is fucking failing. And it started like a couple of years ago, but something happened in like the last 2 days where I think my patience for it has finally ended. I had a patience for it. I don't have a patience for it anymore. You guys have billions of dollars. I will see a congressional insight against you before I will accept the products that you are supplying us. I will see you fucking sued. You are not supplying products that we pay $100 for. You just aren't. That piece of shit Borderlands 4, I took one look at that fucking game and I was like, no, I'm not getting fucked in the ass by Y2K. I'm not doing that.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here. This time bringing you some launch impressions for Swordhaven Iron.
I feel deep regret I bought Stalker 2. I feel deep regret that I bought fucking, what's that other one? Remnant 2. I feel deep regret that I bought fucking Arc Raiders, because it's like, you can't give me a copy that works on GeForce Now. Maybe fix that problem, asshole, or the game itself might actually die. I'm not the only one facing that problem. They all probably bought it on Epic, because they're like, oh my god, I can play CSGO 2 on Steam, and I can play Arc Raiders on Epic at the same time, and when I'm in one queue for one lobby, I can, when I'm gambling on CSGO skins or Rust skins or whatever, I can be in a queue for Arc Raiders at the same time. I know they're doing that. They've been watching me play 3 to 5 games at once. I know they have. They won't ever pay me. They won't ever acknowledge me. But I know they come in my channel. They see that I'm playing 3 to 5 games. They're like, wait, I can do that too. And then they go and they do it. They download CSGO 2 and they download Arc Raiders on Epic. And they go to play Arc Raiders on GeForce Now. And they're like, what the fuck? You know, they just like me. They're like, what the fuck? What's wrong with these piece of shit software developers? They fucked me for $40. You expect me to buy the game on both Steam and Epic now or whatever? No, that is software developers' incompetence or laws or greed or bureaucracy or whatever it is preventing me from playing the product that I purchased, and that is on purpose. I know it is, and I want your industry to die. I want the music industry to die. I want the video game industry to die. I want the Republican and the Democratic Party to fucking die. You guys have not been doing a job that is competent. None of you guys. None of them. Not the games, not the movies, not the TV, not the music. Music was okay. But only because of a few pop stars. That's it. The only reason the music is even still acceptable is because of 5 pop stars out of 5 billion. It's weird. It's 5 pop stars out of 5 billion because it's not good music. It's how did you go live with music that you yourself don't even really like? It's insane. Say what you want about my music, but I fucking listen to my music sometimes when I'm drunk because I like my music. I actually like hearing it. It's my music, of course I do. But I actually like what I make. I'm not sure you guys do. When you go home at night, are you truly satisfied with Borderlands 4? They don't seem to be buying it. Are you truly satisfied with Remnant 2, From the Ashes or whatever the fuck? I'm not sure. I don't think so. It really played like a third-party game, even though it was a really good game. It played like a crappy AA game. That's kind of what it was. It was like playing, I don't know, Avowed or something. It really wasn't a real experience.
Conspiracy.
So here's another RPG with themes that I don't usually get down with and styles that I don't usually get down with. A product that I wouldn't normally get down with in 2025. It's probably isometric. I don't care if the story is good. I think the only good story in any video game was Disco Elysium, and the only reason it was good is it was written like a novel. These developers, these video game writers, they cannot write. I'm sorry, but for someone who has read hundreds, if not thousands of books across many, many different genres, video game developers like Emil Pagliarulo, they cannot write. I'd rather read Pulp Fiction from the 20s. It's less offensive and less annoying. These fucking writers, they cannot write. They can't write a compelling storyline. So I don't give a fuck about your storyboard game. I don't care. Even Walking Dead 2, which had almost, or whatever, even the Telltale Walking Dead series, which actually almost did play like a graphics novel, still wasn't good enough. Your video game fucking stories are lackluster. You should maybe train some writers, maybe. If you think that storyboards should be a driving force in these games that we play for mostly combat. Say what you want, but if you look at a Super Nintendo and you look at a kid playing a game when they were 12 years old back in 1993, they're going to be killing Goombas. They're going to be shooting, Contra bullets at guys and stuff. They're not going to be, maybe they're playing Final Fantasy 6, but even that, they're probably in an active time battle. Video games are combat, so this thing about, it's a story-based game, that is a really big fucking turnoff for me, because you guys can't write.
That launched yesterday.
You guys can't write. I'm sorry, you cannot write these RPG stories. I'd rather not witness them, honestly. They're almost painful sometimes. You're like, oh god, there's all these names that I don't care about. There's all these schmeckles and countries that I don't care about. There's this storyline that has some stupid vampire thing or something that I just don't care, that's not based on reality, that is not compelling to me. There's some shitty thing that you did that I don't like killing some main character or something, or maybe it's too woke and gay, or maybe it's not not woke and gay enough, something. And it's just like, I don't know, man, like another RPG that I'm not going to play that looks like goddamn Baldur's Gate 2. And I'm sorry, but I won't play Baldur's Gate 2 or Neverwinter Nights 1. Why would I play this?
Time of this video, and a game that I've been keeping.
Why would I play this when I have Baldur's Gate 3, which they've made serious improvements to since I last played? I don't know, but it's like, why would I play this crappy isometric game that looks like it's from 1996? It's because you're a fucking hack artist, a junk artist who's trying to sell me a hacky product. It is. It's like, look, the graphics look shitty. This stuff looks like it's straight out of Dungeon Siege 2. Like, even the font looks like it's out of Dungeon Siege 2. This looks bad. Yeah, most of this looks bad. It looks like the exact same fucking shit that you do with the Fallout 3 character creator. It's the exact same character creation and the exact same RPG and the exact same isometric system that I don't want to see anymore. Sure, it's a deep RPG in terms of its combat, and maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe it has some nice environmental usually in these CRPGs. That I think environmental is their big meta right now, is can you set fire to the terrain and then throw an oil field on it and watch them die in a conflagration kind of stuff. That's how Baldur's Gate 3 was. And so sure, I'm sure the game has good RPG synergy and good parties and good stuff, and I'm sure it's a solid RPG that if I was 16 years old in 1994, I might actually like.
An eye on,
but I'm not 16. I'm mid-40s. It's not 1994. I know what Dungeon Siege 2 is. I don't need this game.
Sometime as it entered
I keep saying this to you. Well, I don't need this. I don't need this game.
Early access around this time last year, in fact, but it's finally hit its
This
one
guy's
point.
playing this game because he's told himself that he likes CRPGs. But when he reviews CRPGs, he always sounds unhappy to me, like he had to work really, really hard on a game that's kind of lackluster, that doesn't totally hold his attention. I think Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 did hold his attention. But like, you know, because they're actually good. But I mean, like, but all the time I hear him like reviewing these games that you can tell he really didn't think were that good.
I know, of
Why
course.
do you guys put put videos on YouTube if you don't really care about the product that you're reviewing? Shouldn't you just skip the product?
Now, with that in mind...
But no, you tell yourself that you're a CRPG player when you play every single genre out there, except probably like racing and flying and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, you told yourself in this gamer brain of yours that you're a CRPG player and that you've got to represent the CRPG community or something like that. You're the only guy left that's doing any kind of CRPG content that actually gets hits or whatever. And I respect that about fucking Mortismo. I really do. But are the games good? This shit looks like 1996. You couldn't pay me to play this fucking game. It looks like a Vernum 1. It looks fucking terrible.
They only announced the release date.
Why would I play this over Dungeon Siege 2? Or even 3? Why, even 3, and 3 was worse than 2. I would play 3 over this game because it's got 10 times the graphics, way better music, way better combat, way better CRPG systems, and everything. And it has a cool branching Obsidian story that's way, way better than like Skyrim or something like that. Jane Cassandra and all that shit. And it's like, why would I play this game over Dungeon Siege 3? Remember, the worst CRPG of all time. And that's weird because, you know, that is my favorite CRPG of all time. But they said it was the worst CRPG of all time. I mean, they were right, kind of. It was a big flop. It wasn't Diablo. It wasn't Dungeon Siege 2. It wasn't Dungeon Siege 1. We don't know. But honestly, why would I play this game over Dungeon Siege 3? We're going to compare them. Like, this game isn't even out yet. Why would I play this game over Dungeon Siege 3? I'm going to go show you Dungeon Siege 3 gameplay. You're going to see that Square Enix made the graphics good. They made the music acceptable. I wouldn't say it was good, but it was like acceptable. They made the graphics good. They made the camera way better than most CRPGs ever let you have, and it was still the most horrible camera almost in any game. But I mean, it still was better than the camera in Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate 3. It was better. It was like a real-time active battle camera that you could actually steer around to look behind you and stuff, like V Rising. Sure, the camera sucked like V Rising, but at least it was a 3D camera, unlike most CRPGs in history. So let's go look. Why would I play this crappy new game that is in early access, that isn't even going to be out yet, that isn't complete, that has a story that is just not going to be compelling or whatever? Finding the best ARPG ever made, Dungeon Siege 3. See, I'm not the only one who knows that Dungeon Siege 3 is good. Dungeon Siege 3 is good. You know, it is good. It's a good game.
It's a Dungeon Siege 1 and 2, and that's really...
Yeah, look, the graphics are
man,
better, the combats are better, the damage numbers are better, the camera's better, the minimap's better, the bars are better, the combat is significantly better. I mean, like Diablo better. Like, it's like Diablo combat in a 3D CRPG. So, I mean, the combat's better. Like, this is the closest to Diablo 2 combat I've ever seen a game be.
3-hit auto combat that never changed.
And it's significantly harder than Dungeon Siege 1, Dungeon Siege 2, or Diablo 2 going on all cylinders on Cow King level or something. It is significantly hard game. It is actually a hard game. If you play it on very hard, you will get your shit pushed back if you don't play it every single day. It is actually like Dark Souls hard. And I'm sorry, but look at this gameplay for about 30 seconds. That came out in 2007. Yeah, 2000. No, I don't even know. Probably earlier than that. Like, this was a 360 game. When did Dungeon Siege 3 come out? This was June 7, 2011. June 17, 2011, excuse me. And so, yeah, that's not that long, but yeah, this was 15 fucking years ago. You can see that this is a superior game in every single way. It's got good healing, that heals over time, that you can do live and the real-time combat and stuff.
Also sucks
the mobs look cool, and they have cool weapons. The damage models are good. The numbers are crunchy. The blue orbs give you mana back while you're in the middle of the battle, and they stole that system for Terra. It was a good system. They made a class out of that. What was the name of the class? I think it was like Witch Doctor or something like that, but it had Witch Doctor health globes and stuff like this, like Diablo 3. And it was a good Diablo game. It is scary sometimes. You're like, oh, I'm in some dark dungeon and there's like 85 mobs on screen, and I'm in extra hard where they all kill me in like 3 hits, and my fucking archer just died, and she didn't put down the puddle of fire, and I can't get them to stand in the puddle of fire, and I'm rolling around, but I'm out of resources now, and I don't have another purple circle, and I'm surrounded, and you could block them like for real, like a real block, where if you hold the button like Dark Souls, you do not get hurt, or at least not until they break your guard. So it had a good block, so you could throw up the block. He had a shield. There was good classes in it. There wasn't enough. And like, look at this game compared to this piece of crap that fucking poor Mortismo feels obligated to cover, because he's like the only active CRPG player left almost. There's a few like Extra Life and stuff, but there's not too many CRPG players that are respected that get hits, and he's one of them. So he feels obligated to go play this piece of shit game that you couldn't pay me to play, when you compare it to Dungeon Siege 3. Look, the camera's worse than Dungeon Siege 3. The graphics are worse than Dungeon Siege 3. You can't sell me isometric in 2025. I'm sick of complaining to you guys, but what I see is thievery and stealing.
Like last week before, just kind of
this crappy system from like, I don't know, fucking Morrowind. I don't want this Morrowind chat system. It takes too long.
Putting it out there for everybody. Now, this was
we are human beings with finite time on this earth. Why do you do these systems that are designed to eat your time surfing around some menu? I don't need that.
the product of
It's like you have no grace as a developer either. It's obvious that you're new to this.
Kickstarter that I backed as well, so I didn't get like a review.
Do you get to sail around in the ship? Then it might actually be a much better game than I thought it might be.
Anything here, I just have the
look like the boat. Oh, do you actually satisfy the boats and bases meta? But anyways, look at these crappy graphics and come back and we'll look at the combat. We'll skip forward. Look at the combat.
Early
here.
Fallout titles.
Look at this crappy pausing, slow combat that reminds you of Fallout 2. It's fucking
here.
Crappy. I'd rather play Fallout 2 as well. Fallout 2 is a better game than this. So why would I play this over Fallout 2? Why would I play this over Dungeon Siege 3? So here's this game's combat, graphics, and fucking crappy story and crappy characters.
It's actually inspired by the Infinity Engine games, which shows
I don't care about the Infinity Engine games. I don't care about that. So then, so let's go look at Dungeon Siege 3 in comparison. You can see that the graphics, despite being 15 years older, are 10 times better. Just 10 times better. You can see it. Like, these graphics are better. This combat's better. It's more crunchy and responsive. The story was actually better than like anything Obsidian's ever done, I don't think, except for Fallout New Vegas. It actually was. It was a compelling story. My girlfriend even liked it. It was a well enough story. It's like, Jane Cassinder's a fucking bitch and she's burned your country. You've got to go stop her. you know?
damage and attack at the same time. Enemies are sponges. It's
And you show up on the outskirts of some crazy tower, and you move inland, and just like Dungeon Siege 2, and you're just sweeping across the land, defeating Jane Cassinder's fucking crazy lieutenants in every single fucking monument or whatever. And it was good. It was like genuinely good. I liked it more than Diablo 2. It was 3D for one thing. Diablo 2 is not 3D.
ways.
And this game is not 3D. Like this other game, Sword Haven, it's not 3D. So I'm sorry, you keep trying to sell me these games from 1996, and my response to them every single fucking time is, you can't sell me your scammy isometric bullshit from 1996 and 2025. Sure, we all like retro gaming, we do, but this isn't retro. This is you jacking me.
Up in basically all of the ways.
This is you jacking me. If you can't even stand up to a Dungeon Siege 3 in 2025, then I'm not playing your crappy game. I'm not doing it. It is a scam. I can see that it is. Look at that juicy critical of 37 on a 24 health bar. You're like, oh man, I just one shot that mob. You're like, wow, I just crit that mob for his whole bar or something. This game doesn't have shit like that. It probably does, but you don't feel it because it's like your character swipes his sword, and then there's like a 45-second wait while you issue commands to some next thing for the next part of the battle. And it is a different style, yeah, that does have its merits, and it's fun. It is fun to do turn-based XCOM battle stuff and really decide what the next turn's gonna be. I'm not trying to speak out against that, but I mean, why would you downgrade to old 1996 shit that doesn't even hold up to Dungeon Siege 3? Not in graphics, not in music, not in story, not in combat, nothing.
able to attack in a dynamic fashion. Some games, better ones, would have it be possible.
Look, it's got a crispy Dark Souls roll. This game has a hold on, wait, press the space bar, and then go right click the other character. You seem to think this should be big or that we should return to this. I'm sorry, but when I was a child, when I was like 12 years old, I was like, I can't wait until these CRPGs are 3D and we get away from these. I felt that way when I was like 12 years old. I was like, I can't wait until we get away from the flatness of Diablo 2. But you guys don't seem to think that. You just think you're going to rehash some crappy Dungeon Siege 1 lookalike in 2025 and try to steal people like Mortismal's money? And it's just like, nah, man, back to the drawing board, bitch. I don't need Dungeon Siege 1 in 2025
Change how you attack.
I'm sorry, but this shit isn't even as good as Dungeon Siege 2. This is like Dungeon Siege 1 content. A reminder, that game came out 26 years ago. 26 years ago, Dungeon Siege 1, 1999. And it's a superior game to this piece of crap that's not even fully released. That's in early access. These software developers are stealing. They are stealing, and I will not support them.
Based on how you're moving. But here, regardless of what you're trying to do...
Look, he's gonna crunchy AoE these 15 spiders. I love Dungeon Siege 3. I think it's a superior game than Diablo 2.
But
they said it was the worst ARP ever made for some fucking reason. Why? Because it was a console game?
Whack, whoomp, all...
No, look at this combat. I mean, it actually is like satisfying, like two-handers, Y-hander. I just frontal flipped and then fucking slammed my two-hand sword into 22 spiders or whatever. Shit is good. It's reminiscent of Diablo and WoW and stuff like that. Shelob and World of Warcraft and LBRS, right? It is reminiscent of LBRS and it's crunchy. It reminds us of old RPGs and stuff. But they said Dungeon Siege 3 is still probably like literally rated worse than this game that hasn't come out yet. And I don't understand. It's like, why do you say that good games are bad and that bad games are good?
And yeah, Swordman has the sword.
Yeah, look at him like shoot around the screen like fucking like Enshrouded, or I don't know, what's another game that gives you an instant teleport like that? Like Moira. He's got a Moira teleport, and that was elevated for 2011. It was elevated.
Sword style as well.
This shit is not elevated. There's no crits on screen. There's no rolling around. There's no blocking. It's basically just Pokemon. It's like, come play a crappy Pokemon game that isn't even fun like Pokemon, because you can't collect anything. You just deal with the crappy story, collect the worthless loot, go fight annoying bosses that don't need to be as annoying as they are, and then wait for the lackluster ending. And I'm sorry, but no.
Feels better for speed.
I'll go replay Dungeon Siege 3 because I've beaten it fucking 10 times. I know that it's good. I know I can see that nice, juicy 52 critical that I require from RPGs that CRPGs just don't give me.
stuff, but it only hits one enemy at a time, which feels horrendous when facing
Like the best hit that I ever did in Baldur's Gate 3, like one shot the game boss, because I was so powerful at that point that I swung for like 200 damage 8 times or something like that. And Bagon built my character like that because it was really his game. You know, he was the one who cared. He built my character. He had me build that character. But you know, the greatest hit that I had all game was like on the game boss, and I did hit that game boss for like 400 damage in one turn, which is a lot in a Dungeons and Dragons game where you normally swing for like 20 to 35 or something like that. But I hit the game boss for like 450 damage because I like quad swinged with some crazy necromantic paladin that flipped damage backwards to make it like multiply 5 times or something. I forget all the crazy shit that my character could do in Baldur's Gate 3, and I still have her too. I still have that character. But I mean, like, that's still not as interesting as 5 seconds of Dungeon Siege 3. It's just not. It's not as interesting for some reason. Your turn-based combat in 2025 or 2026, I don't know about that, man.
Man.
I don't know about these Octopath Travelers. I don't know, man. Turn-based and in 26, can't you get a better engine than that? I thought that was always about engine restrictions. It wasn't about strategy almost ever, unless it was like Final Fantasy Tactics or XCOM or Fallout 2 or something like that. It's almost never about strategy. It's that the engine can handle real-time combat in their massive sandbox. And it's like, yeah, this combat that's reminiscent of engines that can't actually handle the combat that the game has is not as impressive as this game from 2011, you know?
Might think that special skills are the saving grace, but the abilities you get access to are sometimes the worst things I have ever seen. Like this ground slam, tremor attack, it's absolutely literal undeniable dick hole in the whole, like the whole of...
That to me is the best ability in the game, because it's like the only AoE that you get. But he's bad. He doesn't know that. Yeah, he's obviously bad. And like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, but like that is, I believe, the best ability in the game. You could just see that these fucking morons, they just state something. They're like, this move is dog poop. This move is worthless. And it's like, you mean the only AoE in the game? Besides, like, you know, well, of course, the flame magician, she gets an AoE, but she's annoying. She's annoying to use. She gets one shot and stuff. So yeah, the mage has an AoE, but I mean, the melee guy, he's only got one AoE. So this ability that you're saying is dog crap is actually like the best ability in the game, though. Like in reality.
Dick. It's ridiculously slow. It's completely outclassed in power by auto-attacking. You're locked in place.
Because it's an AoE. AoEs are always like that, except for Mistweaver Monk. Mistweaver Monk is like the only instant AoE that I can think of. Always. AoEs take time to spin up, time to lay something on the ground, or whatever it is. AoEs take time. They're not instant.
And it doesn't have even good range. It's practically the same as normal attacking. You'd think that on level up you could improve these skills.
No, because Square was trying to make a genuinely hard RPG, and they were thinking about the fact that you could just try an Age of Cleave this entire game when you get a high enough eye level. So they wrote like the combat so that you don't do that. You don't Age of Cleave your way through the game. You do actually have to fight single targets in this game. You can't just Age of Cleave the whole fucking game like WoW. You can't.
With their 2 different selectable modifiers, mix and matchable, but they are all...
You see, he does have to kill that single target. He can't just AoE the whole pack. It's not going to work.
Accomplishing...
They're going to surround his ass and kill him if he does that. He's got to get single target damage down on the mob that is actually attacking him, and they're not all standing in AoE range either. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't find that AoE faulty. I think it's actually really appropriate for a Diablo, Diablo dungeon crawler like this.
Practically nothing.
But I know what he wants. He wants Demon Hunter Barrage, that the shotgun blast from Diablo 3. He wants that. That's not going to happen in a game like this.
For me. There's also the ability to empower your attacks, but this isn't even good either.
We got stuck on Dungeon Siege 3, and sometimes the graphics weren't that good. As you can see, the graphics weren't that good for this game. They weren't that good either. They were atmospheric and beautiful and well done for their age, especially on the 360. And they're better than this. But as you can see, these games aren't known for their graphics being that good. You can see it. Isometrics, or things that are trying to be better than an isometric, aren't known for having that good graphics. orbs, you know.
There, because you can only do it maybe twice every 30 seconds. By holding shift, you can spend one or more of these orbs of purple to make an attack better, including your auto attack, but I don't know, it's not extremely exciting.
I love the orb system, and I really wish they would bring it to other games. It's limit break. All the purple thing is limit break. If you hit something, a little chunk of the purple bar goes ticking upwards, like Borderlands, Borderlands special attacks that the characters have, or alts and Overwatch or whatever. And I love the purple system. It was way more elevated than Diablo 2 or even this game.
In which the game
or Baldur's Gate 3. That purple, like Square Enix made this game. Square Enix is not bad at RPG combat. They're really not. They're not that bad at that. And so, so they made a really compelling battle system. I love the purple orbs. Now, honestly, he's complaining because he's never seen this before. Because it's good. It was a good system, and they didn't reuse it they did reuse it. It's the limit break system. From Final Fantasy VII. We love limit breaks. Even in Final Fantasy XIV, we love limit breaks. And this guy's trying to say that limit break is bad, but I mean, this is a limit break thing. And on top of it, there are no potions and no heals in this. Well, I'm sorry, there is red orbs that drop off the mobs, but there's no potions. And well, there is heals in this game, but there's no potions in this game. There's only purple orbs. So if you want your health bar to fill up, I mean, is that the help bar? I think it's actually something else, I think it's this thing actually, but yeah, like if you want your health bar to fill up, they give you a hot that eats the purple orbs. So if you want the hot, and the hot only does like 30% of your bar. So if you want a full heal, you have to get 3 purple orbs, and that's going to mean probably 3 or 4 waves of combat. If you don't make it through those 3 or 4 waves, you're not getting the heals that you need to continue. So then you got to backtrack and find some other, random spawn packs so you can get more purple orbs and stuff. That's the limit break system, and it is a tried and true system that has always been good.
Heal myself, so using them to deal a little more damage.
And what he didn't like was the game is so hard that they put the only heals in the game behind this purple orb, and on top of it you have to dump like 25 or 30, you have to earn like 25 or 30 levels before you can even buy the heal. So, the only healing in the game comes from red orbs that fall off mobs or going to the campfire. Right.
The best usage.
That's the campfire. The campfire also full heals you. It saves instantly, which is also really cool. So it's like you remember all the times that you go to a crystal in Final Fantasy VII and you select the crystal and you tap X and it pops a little menu that's like, would you like to save or would you like to exit? And you hit save and it takes you to another fucking menu where it's like, which save slot would you like to use? And you're like, okay, and you use the slot and then you hit X and it scans upwards and then it goes, okay, it's saved and you can hit circle twice now. This just allows you to walk up and tap a button. That's it. You walk up, you tap a button, your help bar fills, the game saves, and nothing else happens. There's no combat, no animation, nothing. It's just like you press the button, your help bar is full. There's no sitting down at the bonfire and dealing with a crappy 7-second animation or anything like that. It's like press the button, get your help bar, save the game. That's it. And honestly, I really love this save point. It is my favorite save point in any game.
In my opinion.
Well, watch him do it. It's simple. It's like press a button, job done. And it's a developer that is elevated. They're like trying to actually provide a fun experience. Surfing through the Final Fantasy VII save system is fucking terrible. They didn't want that, so they just wrote it out. Because it's not necessary in the first fucking place. It never was necessary to make saves that complicated or shitty. I don't know why they did, but they did. They made it like pressing a button 14 times. It doesn't need to be like that. It could have been this little simple yellow bonfire that you press a button and your game's saved, and it spawns new mobs like Dark Souls.
I didn't say the rest of the word. I had fucking stupid script.
And for your special attacks, you can only use
you could open a menu if you were changing your abilities, but if you were just saving the game, you just press A and you're done. It saves the game, gives you a full health bar. It doesn't open a menu. It doesn't do a combat animation. It just saves the game. It doesn't even stop the combat, really.
Enhanced version once you get your full.
That's so fucking superior to even Starfield, really. It's insane. Such a much more modern game. Why can't you make basic saving right? You can't even get basic saving right. You are not a competent industry, not in anywhere form.
Mastery gauge filled up, so get used to using the lamer version.
If you're gonna make me save, which is something that I resent in a multiplayer game, I kind of do. I resent saving a multiplayer game. So if you're gonna fucking make me save to give me an option to save scum, which I don't like, then okay, make it a single button press that I don't have to think about. And Bethesda still can't even manage that. And they have all these billions of dollars. Can't you get saves correct? Can't you get saves right?
for a while.
This
but
game from 2011 on the 360 has a far superior save system to even Starfield. It's nuts. It's why?
though I say lamer version, the souped up
I don't want to hear him talk about this game anymore. Let's go learn about how bad this game is.
Presents itself to the player, though probably worth a mention with that.
Look how slow that walk speed. I'd rather walk in real life at that point. I really would. I'd rather walk in real life. The carbs that I would burn would be better than playing this game, you know?
Comparison that this is low fantasy, so you're not going to be using things like magic, but you will be
Look at that shitty walk speed. Why?
uncovering an iron conspiracy if that wasn't on the nose enough for you. But before you get started with your adventure, you first, of course, have to make a character. So let's talk a little bit about that. First,
like, how is this better than War Tales? It's not. If I was going to release an isometric RPG like this that's totally derivative, doesn't have anything original, doesn't look good, isn't new, isn't unique, doesn't have a good story, doesn't have anything really of note, then, or maybe it has a good story, but I don't know that part, but I know the rest of it looks like every other CRPG I've ever fucking played. Can't you break out of this mold? Dungeon Siege 3 broke out of that mold better than this.
the thing you're going to pick is your background. This is going to give
I don't care about this. You can tell that this game makes me angry. I'm going to get off of it. CRPGs are the worst ripoffs in the goddamn video game industry, short of cell phone games. I look at CRPGs as, like isometric CRPGs as on the level of scam and grift as like cell phone games, like Inosha 4 and shit like that.
Trump's Epstein problem just got
Good. It should be. Yesterday, I watched 40,000 people, like when he went live at 6 p.m. last night, I watched 40,000 people demand that they release the files. It was the only thing they were saying. It was they were saying like Trump 2028 or release the files. One of those two things. Right?
Where is
and
it?
like, but it was like 40,000 people saying release the files. I'm not really sure how our government can ignore that, even if it is a crappy chat on a YouTube video. 40,000 people were demanding that they release the files. Isn't that kind of like a public mandate at that point? It doesn't even matter if it's a YouTube channel. If 40,000 people are vocally demanding that they release the files, I think they should just do it. I mean, because that is the public demanding that they release the files. And I don't even think it's just us. I think it was other people's countries. People's asking us to release the files because they're scared that their governments might be complicit, I think.
ahead of the Friday.
But they won't release the files because they are the people that control the money faucet, and they don't want to lose the money faucet, so they'll die first. They'll die first before they release those files. They'll fight us at war. I guarantee it.
Release. Dan Bongino is out as deputy FBI director. Where the situation
Good, get the fuck out, piece of shit right-wing loser. Stop fucking over our country. Get the fuck out.
with Venezuela is now even more primed to go off. And what the actual hell was that manic, desperate speech last night? We're talking about all
And
of
what
that.
the hell was that? We were tuning in to see him inevitably declare war against the people that he wants to steal oil from. Instead, it was like this 20-minute nothing burger about how good the country is doing or whatever. Fucking liar.
That and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news.
Have you been to a grocery store lately, rich boy? Have you bought something? Jesus Christ, you're an idiot.
And stay till the end today because
Maybe take your piece of shit low IQ ass down 16th a little bit and go to a grocery store and look at the $10 for a carton of eggs fucking price and maybe decide that maybe your lie won't work. Maybe your lie, it won't work. Anybody can go into a grocery store and see that you're fucking lying. It's insane. Go to a grocery store, you fucking liar.
I got a big announcement about the next 2 weeks of
Have
the
you
show.
been to a grocery store? I know servants feed you every meal since you were a baby. You know, and I know that's how it is. I know it is. They fed you every meal since you were a baby. That's how coddled you are. But maybe your fucking piece of shit, lazy, low IQ, fucking liar ass needs to maybe charter a limousine down to the Safeway or whatever and take a look at the price of bread, you fucking piece of shit liar. Piece of shit liar.
But with that said, let's start with this. Republicans are
Have you been to your fucking constituency lately? Have you talked to them? Have you been home to your own zone? Have you been to DC? Are you going to the Safeway in DC and seeing the poor people? Are you understanding that they can't eat? I don't think you are. I think you're Louis the 14th, and I'm ready to Bastille your fucking ass. Maybe banish you. Force Scotland to deal with you or something like that. I don't want Trump in this country anymore, even.
Fleeing the capital right now, like there's a bomb about to go off, and there may...
Isn't that what they do to all the English kings? They did, like, when all the English kings started, or French kings started acting like Trump, right? They sent them to Scotland for some reason, so they could just get drunk in a castle somewhere and leave the normal, actual people alone and stop stealing their money and shit. That's what they do to these pieces of shit when they get out of hand. They banish them to some lock in Scotland where they drink in some castle for like 20 years. That's what happened to like Louis the 14th. That's what's going to happen to Trump. We're going to banish you out of this fucking country, you piece of shit. You've driven us into the fucking ground. You end up in Scotland in some lock drinking. It's insane. Like some castle drinking. Like seriously, like I think banishment is appropriate now. You have done so much damage to our fucking country.
As well be, because the House...
I'm not being hyperbolic about this. I swear to God, I tuned in yesterday thinking that you were going to descend us into World War, and it was a nothing burger chat about how our groceries are cheap again. Have you been to a grocery, you piece of shit, bald-faced retard liar? You haven't been to a fucking Safeway, have you? Charter a limousine to a fucking Safeway, you clueless retard. Stop being Louis the 14th.
Originally scheduled to hold its final votes of the year.
It's cheap to charter a limousine to Safeway and take a look at the fucking prices, you piece of shit liar. Get a fucking clue.
But the Republicans, they suddenly canceled that and let everyone go home this afternoon instead. And so with that, you had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking, I think, for many when she posted in response. Like I said, view all political developments for the rest of the week in light of the fact that the Epstein files are supposed to be released on Friday. But also, while Republicans seem to be expecting some kind of bombshell tomorrow, others say that it's far from clear that we'll actually get the disclosure that we've been promised. Because while Attorney General Pam Bondi did say that she would abide by the December 19th deadline mandated by the law that Trump really had no choice but to sign last month, she's been kind of oddly quiet since then. In fact, when a bipartisan group of lawmakers asked her for a briefing on the DOJ's progress recently, she just didn't provide one. And so in response...
that's what I'm saying. They will die first before they release those files. Because basically every major world politician are in them. And they'll die first, you understand? They will fight us at war before they release those fucking files. We haven't woken up to that yet. And I pray to God every day that we get a little bit more woke and wake up one day and realize that the government and our fucking leadership really aren't our friends anymore. And that's what I pray, I pray for woke. I know you don't, but I do. I know what woke actually is. It's waking up and having that sinking fucking feeling that your government and your leadership don't give a shit if you live or die or starve to death. And that's what's going to happen, too. They continue to steal your money. That's what woke actually is. It's not this thing about gay. It's not this thing about anti-Hitler or thing about, like, you know, rent or anything about that. It's anti-violence and anti-fucking waking up in the morning and seeing your government actively work against you. know.
You had Democratic Senators Jeff Merkley and Ben Ray Lujan saying on Tuesday that they would do whatever they could do to block any of Trump's political nominees, explaining there could be no business.
And also on top of this, they come to me in the world fucking AP press media, and they address 600 million people or something, and they come to people like me and on their knees, being like, you know,
they would do whatever they could do to block any of Trump's political nominees, explaining there could be
we will prevent him from doing anything at all. They tell all 600 million people on the planet as Democrats, they're like, we will prevent anything from happening at all. And they think this is some kind of good promise. Or and then the Republicans do this too. They fucking stonewall everything the other side does. Doesn't matter which one it is. They're the same goddamn party. They stonewall everything. They don't want progress. So it's just like at this point, I don't care when some Democrat like makes a solemn vow to me that they're gonna do nothing. I don't want to hear that out of you anymore. I don't care about your solemn vows of doing nothing. I don't care about your fucking 18-hour filibuster where you talk, where Corey, whatever his name is, fucking talks on for 26 hours or whatever. I don't care about you doing nothing, and I will not reward that fucking behavior. I don't want that behavior. I want you saying we've been in intense talks for 7 weeks, and we think that we might be at a fucking, you know, at a solution here, but we're not sure. We want the world's opinion now. What do you guys think of this? That's the kind of language I want to hear out of these fucking Democrats and Republicans and shit like that. Is you know, is we're working with each other. together. We're going to get something. And now we need to know if the public's happy with what we came up with and shit. That's what actual leadership is. You guys are like, no, the only thing we promise you is that we will not work with them. We will say no to them, and we will make sure that whatever they want to do, they can't do. Yeah, sure. If you really, really hate Trump like me, that might actually maybe mollify me for a couple of years from 2021 to like 2023. But it's 25 now, and all it sounds like is you're just doing nothing in resistance. And you know what that sounds like? It sounds like my leadership is sitting around doing nothing. That's what it actually sounds like when I hear it in the media. It's like, yeah, oh, I'm supposed to be so proud of you doing nothing and resisting the guy, huh? Yeah, it's cool that you're resisting him. You're not giving him what he wants, and we're fascists at it even faster. But it's also not cool that you just do nothing. You probably should work with them, demand something, and work something out. We can work it out, you know? You guys aren't working it out. You're just saying no. You're just nope, Stonewall, nope. Stonewall Jackson answers no. He's a Republican. We're a Democrat. We say no just by rote. He's Trump. We just say no to him all day. How is that actual leadership and actually sussing out the business of running this country? It's not. It's just you bragging about saying no to him. Like, I'm going to give you a gold star. You said no to him and you did nothing. Congratulations. That's not what leadership is. Leadership is understanding an irreconcilable difference and figuring out some way around that and making the public happy in the process. It's not easy. I have some sympathy for them. It's not easy to do that. What you're doing is saying no over and over again and then coming to me for a gold star to be like, the Democrats did nothing to prevent him from succeeding in anything again. And it's like, I'm sorry, but doing nothing and stonewalling him is not an actual leadership strategy. You do need to work with him, and if he suggests something that you don't like, bust him down to something that you can swallow a little bit easier and fucking negotiate with him. Instead, you're just like, hey, Corey talked for 25 hours and jacked off, and isn't he a hero or whatever? And it's like, nah, man, you're sitting there doing nothing as usual, filibustering as usual, doing nothing and not working with them. I'm not going to reward you for this. No gold star for doing nothing. Fuck you guys.
Be no business as usual until justice is
delivered. No business as usual. Yep.
For the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. And saying the Trump administration's lack of transparency about its plans to release the Epstein files signals it is gearing up to disregard the law we led the fight in the Senate to pass, which overwhelmingly passed both chambers of Congress. And with that, you had Chuck Schumer adding,
we fully expect Trump, Bondi...
We fully expect them to do nothing, fight us, and get nowhere.
And their minions to dodge, delay, or partially release these.
Yeah, they'll die first, motherfucker, because what you're talking about is a regime change through cancellation due to prosecution over child sex of most of our politicians and a bunch of the other world's politicians, as other countries in the world's politicians as well. And yeah, these people, they will die first before they do a regime change. They're working with Nicolas Maduro. They are Hitler. Regime change is their worst nightmare. You understand? They hate that more than they hate Jews. I swear to God, there's two things they really hate. They hate Jews and they hate fucking regime changes. And I swear to God, those are the two major things happening in the world right now. It's the Jewish-Palestine struggle. It's the Israel-Palestine struggle and the Russia-Ukraine struggle. And the concept of a regime change in every single world country almost, because all of our politicians have been buying children from fucking Jeffrey and partying with Diddy and using our money that they grift from us and steal from us to purchase children. Fuck them. Of course they're going to resist it. Of course they're going to die before they give us those fucking files, and they'll be doctored files that don't reflect the truth and shit like this. They are the bad actors who took over our goddamn government. They will die first before they experience a regime change due to being prosecuted for child sex with child sex traffickers.
Files.
And no, they will not release the files, not unless we kill them first, basically. That's them losing their fucking power. They'll die first, you understand? That means that the thing that they worship, money, won't be in their lives anymore. It'll only be prison. And understand, they love that money like they love God. And they will fight us if we try and take it from them. They will fight us, and
we're all asking.
They'll be like, nah, the public's gone crazy and we're the government. We have all the guns and the helicopters. So we're declaring martial law because the public's gone crazy and we have to fight the public now. So we sent the army to fight the public in D.C. They want us out of here. We don't want to be out of here. We are the government. We've always had a God-given right to be here or whatever. That's what they're going to do. It's fucking shitty. We need to just fire them. like another January 6th, we show up there and we demand their jobs. We don't hurt them. We don't take a shit on Nancy's desk or anything that these piece of shit brutish, like fucking shitty people did. We need to show up, occupy that chamber again, and be like, y'all are fired. You just can't have these jobs anymore. We don't care what you do, but you can't be here anymore. You know, we don't care what you do, but you can't have our money and you can't run our country into the ground anymore. Turtlehead's got to go. Mike Jones has to go, or whatever his fucking idiot-ass name is. Donald Trump's got to go.
Obvious question that looms.
Yeah. Are you all child molesters, or are you all going to get prosecuted for child molestation? Are we going to lose our government? You seem to think this is some joke that you can just bandy about, release, don't release. Nah, you got to fucking release, because it's not just us. It's almost every world government has had their government corrupted by fucking child sex peddlers. It sucks, but it's the actual case. We prosecuted them enough to know. We've got enough court evidence now to see that child sex peddlers have brought our governments to our fucking knees, and they will die first before they allow a regime change due to the Epstein files. They'll die first. They'll kill us. You understand? I'm fucking certain of it. They will not allow a regime change. They will fight us at DC. They will. So, I mean, you know, we have to make this horse come to the water and drink it willingly. They've got to like fess up to what they did on the promise that we don't take their money or something. I don't know what it is. We got to broker a deal with these shithead child sex peddlers and all the politicians who patronize them.
President Trump, what are you trying to hide?
With that,
Yeah, what are you trying to hide, you piece of fucking shit? I'm done with you guys. I will never be in the same public as you. You're not the same. You don't live in the same America as me. It's obvious from the Jeffrey Epstein shoot.
bringing us to our main story.
Look how happy they look, because they're all about to rape little girls. You can see the knives are out, bitch. Knives out.
Story here, and that is a bombshell update on what I'd like to call.
Look how happy they actually look. Trump has not looked happy in goddamn 12 years or something like that, unless it's some fake smile as he brags, right? But look, they actually look happy because they're like pointing out their rape victims. That's what this actually is. It's not like I'm being hyperbolic. They are pointing out their rape victims and picking like it's a choice of meat at a fucking steak restaurant.
The Curious Misadventures of Don and Jeff, because the New York Times just published a wild investigation into their past relationship based on never-before-seen documents and interviews with 30 people from that time, many of whom have never spoken publicly before. And
like my government is dying. The video game industry is dying. The music industry is dying. I'm like, sooner or later, it's like, am I being alarmist? I don't know. When I tune in, I'm sure the internet is making me fear this more than I should. But also, I think I'm seeing the death of my country. I think I'm seeing the death of MMOs. I think I'm seeing the death of my industries and my music and streaming and my government and Trump and the Republicans. It's like everything is fucking falling apart. I liked it when nothing ever happened. You know, it was better when nothing ever happened. If Trump just shut the fuck up and sat in the White House and did nothing like all the other presidents, this wouldn't be an issue. But no, he opens his mouth every single day with nothing burger things to trigger us. If he just sat there and ate chicken like the first time, we would be fine.
Crazier and crazy.
Please, I'm begging you pieces of shit to stop trying to do crazy power grubbing and child sex and shit, and just relax and sit there like all the other normal people and do nothing. We don't need you talking about nothing burger Venezuela or you know, or not releasing the Epstein files. Just sit there and do nothing until your fucking period runs out like all the other presidents.
Crazier, but where we'll start with is the basics. Trump and Epstein were close friends. And well, of course, we kind of abstractly knew
Why are we going through this again? It's been the talking point for 700 days or something. Is there some person in that small island in Africa that they never ever allow white people to or whatever who doesn't know that Jeffrey and fucking Donald are best friends? It's been in the fucking media for 700 days or something like that.
At least this report, I mean, it goes
like,
beyond.
why are we talking about this on 2025 Philip DeFranco? We know that they're best friends. We've seen the pictures. We've seen the vagina thing that he drew with a pen where he talks about the wonderful secret of child rape. You know, we've seen all this.
That they reportedly
Why are we spinning on it?
went to each other's homes, offices, and businesses constantly. In fact, the bond apparently was so intense it left people who knew them with the impression that they were each other's closest friend. I mean, one of
Child rape is a hell of a bonding thing, right? Because the person that you do it with knows your worst, most darkest, lose your empire secrets. So if you can trust that person enough not to take your empire from you when they know that secret, which you can't. Jeffrey did sell him out. Then you got a real tight bond there. You got a bond. It's child sex bond. They're going to kill us if they find out. So you and I are lovers. We're in this together, peas and carrots or whatever. They'll kill us if they find out or whatever. Yeah, I imagine child sex probably does bond people pretty strong.
Epstein's assistants told the Times that
fucking disgusting shit that I say on my fucking stream. But I swear to God, this was like a Dom sub rapist duo. And like, and Jeffrey was the Dom, which is just fucking crazy. You can see in the way that he stands that he was much more of a Dom than Trump. And like, and it was like a Dom sub serial rapist circle. And they're like picking their targets live in public. And,
the men talked at least 3 times a week during the mid to late 1990s. And another assistant added that those calls actually continued through the later years of their friendship, saying sometimes she even heard them because Epstein put Trump on speaker. Now with that specific person says that much of what they talked about was relatively innocent, right? Pageants, modeling shows, fashion trends, that kind of thing.
Yeah, pageants, modeling shows are innocent. Pageants and modeling shows.
thing. And with that saying,
there's a mod that turns off the wind in Fallout 76, and I remember what they say on the mod page. They're like, have you ever noticed, and you probably didn't, but have you noticed that there's a wind? And until I tell you, you probably haven't noticed it, but there's a wind sound that runs 24/7 no matter where you go in Fallout 76, and the mod removes it. It just takes it out. And they're like, why did Bethesda, this is what they say on the mod page. I can pull it right now. They say on the 76 mod page, they're like, why would Bethesda low-key put like a gray sound machine into the game permanently that just runs a wind sound 24/7 when you're playing it? And then once you understand that the wind sound is there, you can't ever unnotice that it's there, which is true. And then once you use the mod and remove the wind, you understand how really egregious and bad it was that they did this. And then you're ever not going to be able to use the mod ever again. And that's what he says on the mod page. And he was right. It was exactly like that. Now I notice the wind. These developers, they'll just put in a wind sound and you hear it 24/7. What that actually is like, it's like a record running off of the fucking needle and just spinning. And it's like this distortion sound in the background that scratches at your fucking brain, especially if you're autistic, which I might remind you is like 90% of the video game playing audience. You know, we're all autistic and none of us can stand sound warfare. I know most of us can't, like repetitive noise. Most of us are autistic and absolutely cannot stand repetitive noise like wind howl or machinery or like scratching or like UI sounds like scratching and stuff like that. Most of us are autistic and really genuinely autistic in the video game scene and cannot handle the sound warfare that people like Bethesda do. Now, if you listen for it, you're going to hear it. You hear it? Wind. Now, it makes sense when you're first logging in. You're like, oh, I'm in, and it's a windy scene, and there's wind blowing through the trees and stuff. And yeah, there's roleplay reasons to have that wind sound, and it is a really faint wind sound, almost imperceptible. But then if you really listen for it, and it's probably harder for you guys, but like if you really listen for it, it's actually kind of like a record scratching in the background for the entire time that you're playing the game. And I really hate it. I really hate it. I would mod it out if I could. Entirely unnecessary. I wish I'd never learned about it, because once you learn about it, you're like, oh yeah, wow, the developer really does sound torture you in this game in a very real and verifiable way. And when you remove the sound, you're like, oh, yeah, there's like like all the time when you're playing this game, 24/7, there's like this low thrumming wind noise, no matter where you go. Even in the fucking caves, you can hear it. Even in the caves, you can hear it. It's this low wind noise. It's just blowing all the time like you're in a windstorm. Now, it fits the Fallout vibe, and for people who don't play the game that much, it probably feels really, really, really immersive. But remember, it's a grinder MMO that a bunch of us played for like 5 years and shit and have like 1,000 levels in. And yeah, that wind noise, it is goddamn sound torture. Like, literally, it's the same fucking stuff that they do to fucking American prisoners in Guantanamo Bay. It is literally a fucking torture device. They use it to torture people. Low sound noise, like wind, just enough where it's fucking annoying, right? Just enough where you're like, the sound of this, like, scratching or whatever it is, has been going on for like 4 hours and it's starting to affect my sanity or whatever, right? They literally torture people with what Bethesda puts in their video game 24/7. And they're not aware. I could talk about it for the rest of my life, and I can leave messages and yell at them. They're not going to change it. That would imply competence. They'd rather you're just sound torture for the rest of 76's existence than fix it. They know that the people have made mods to fix it. They don't care. They won't fix it. Fucking sound torture all the time, even in caves. Why? And then if you're one of those people that's like a sound file that's got like a $700 pair of Sennheiser headphones or whatever, and you got like a nice 7.1 surround system with a huge projection screen in your big living room, and you're like Notch from Minecraft, and you've got money, and you're like playing 76 and you have an actually good pair of headphones, the wind sound, it's like fucking Guantanamo fucking Bay torture. I've heard it before on a nice pair of 7.1 headphones that I used to use for Rust, and the fucking wind sound, it actually is like torture. It's like fucking torture. You couldn't pay me to do it for 8 or 12 hours of an MMO session. I used to log just to get away from it or turn the sound down and shit like this. That's how incompetent these pieces of shit are. Why? So you can get a little bit of role play for a few people who don't play the game very much, but you torture the people who do spend hundreds of dollars on the game and are around for 5 years. And I'm sorry, but it is a bad policy. Take the terrible sound torture wind out of this game. It makes sense when there's a rad storm. It doesn't make sense when you're just standing here. There's just like this low hum. I am exaggerating a bit, but not that much. The more loud you turn your directional bass loud, binaural headphones up, the more you understand that there's like this low key wind sound that runs all the time. Let's go look at the mod page. Like Fallout 76 mod, right? Remove wind, right? I don't know what the name. Silent. No. Yeah, you can't directly remove it, but you can find quality of life ones. And this is actually a thing. You can see it. The AI will write up stuff about this. There's been forum posts and stuff. There's been players complaining to Bethesda that the wind sound kind of is like torture. I feel the same exact way about the Rust Patrol helicopter. And it's one of the things that definitely does make it easier for me to not log into Rust is this concept that I might not ever have to hear that shitty-ass cocksucker helicopter from the shitty-ass cocksucker fucking developer ever the fuck again. You understand? You think it's that I'm being crazy and autistic, and I am, but I mean, not if you look at my hours. If you look at my hours on Fallout 76, you understand that I'm not being hyperbolic or overblown or exaggerational. Like, when you look at my hours in fucking Fallout 76, see it? I have 1,300 hours on the PC version of 76 and something like 2,800 on the PlayStation 4 version, and they're all the same version, but they can't talk to each other and aggregate the hours because they're separate services. One is PlayStation Network, the other one is Steam, but I have played this game like 4,400 hours or some such, about as much as I have Rust. It's that good. So think about that. 5,000 hours in Rust. Imagine if you heard a patrol helicopter the entire 5,000 hours that you played the game. And that's kind of how the game is, too. It kind of is like that. You kind of do hear a patrol helicopter for the majority of the time that you're playing Rust. It is sound torture. Fuck these piece of shit clueless developers who do not play their own games enough to know this stuff. And when you look at the hours, you begin to understand. And yeah, I'm ashamed. I'm a no-lifer. I'm ashamed that I have 1,300 hours in Fallout 76. Yeah, I'm ashamed of it. I am. Or well, it's more like 4,000, but yeah, between the two the two different stores, but it is like 4,000 between all the stores and everything. And you can see from the achievements that I'm mostly done with this game, and it's an MMO, so that means I've spent a lot of time on it, like 4,000 hours or something like that. And yeah, this wind sound, the more you listen to it, you hear it 24/7 running. If you're manning 76, I really feel for you, because the Bethesda developer is torturing you, 40 to 80 hours a week. And, I feel this way about NPC chatter. I feel this way. And these are obvious things that they should have given us like 15 years ago, but they're not competent enough to read forums, I don't think. I don't understand how they make these video games, because they absolutely do not listen to a single thing that we say. So how do they manage to competently release these games even? I don't really know. It's like a miracle or something. And then we tell them that, yeah, you've been sound torturing me for 4,000 hours, and I really don't like you, and if I saw you, I would swing on you in public. And I know that sounds like a psycho is speaking, but I've never harmed a living thing. I would gladly break my vow of violence to punch a face punch developer in the fucking mouth for the patrol helicopter. It sounds hyperbolic and exaggerated, but no, I really fucking feel this way. I could haul off and sock a face punch developer in the fucking face for that patrol sound, and I could haul off and sock a 76 developer in their fucking Todd Howard fucking face for this wind torture on 76. And when you listen for it, every single fucking game in the survival and RPG industry does this. Every single fucking game, they low-key sound torture you all the time. Now, they're going to make the argument that there's a level of realism that they need to achieve, and there's an uncanny valley thing that they're trying to avoid, and you would hear the sound of wind, wouldn't you? It's an indicator. It's an indicator is the argument that I always get. But it's like, well, yeah, but I understand the wind is there after 4,000 hours. Either don't make the wind sound in the first place, or allow me to turn it off like Lord of the Rings Online. And the only game developers I've ever witnessed in fucking 30 years that were nice enough to address this issue were Standing Stone Games. They would let you open a cool little client in their MMO that would be like, is there a sound playing right now that is affecting your sanity? It almost was like that. Like the chat in the box is almost like that. It's like, is there a repetitive sound that's occurring right now that you would like to mute forever? And it permanently removes that sound from the client ever playing it ever again. And once I saw that in Lord of the Rings Online, My appreciation and support of the modern MMO developers such as Blizzard and Square Enix, and I don't know how because my approval rating of them was at like 40% as it was. But when I understood that developers understand that this is an actual issue and that there is a solution out there somewhere in a bad game, albeit, but I mean, there was a solution in one game sometime about the terrible sound warfare that they've been getting at us with for 50 years, since Mario 3 or Mario 1. They've been sound torturing us with repetitive, crappy-ass video game sounds. If you've ever been in an arcade, you know what I'm talking about. And like, yeah, some of us love the sound of an arcade, but not if you're there 12 hours a day, every day, for 4,000 hours. No, you're not going to like the sound of the arcade if you're there for 4,000 fucking hours, which, might I remind you, that is the business model that you as developers built. You want us there playing your WoW MMO, your 14 MMO, your 76 MMO, 40 hours a week like a job. That's what the model is. And I do that. I play your game for 40 hours a fucking week, and you sound torture us the entire fucking 4,000 hours. 4,000 hours of patrol helicopter sound torture. 4,000 hours of wind torture. 5,000 now in Rust. And I'm sorry, but like, you need some levels of competence in 2025. I am at this point where if Bethesda died, I would not shed a tear. I would be like, well, it was all those times that you tortured us with wind for 5,000 hours. You made all those loading screens. You said the DLC was going to be bigger than your first DLC. You lied to us. 16 square kilometers, bigger than ever, better than ever. It just works, etc., etc., etc. And honestly, this is how real life works. It's always the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's not the you deleting the entirety of my first playthrough in Starfield's loot that I left on the ground of my ship because of your crappy ass inventory fucking problems. And I lost the entirety of my 40-hour playthrough's loot on the ground because the cell reset. And I just quit the game at that point for an entire year. That was Starfield, right? Because I was like, I just can't handle that Bethesda will legally do this to us. It should be illegal for them to treat us like this. There needs to be a standard and practice that is followed in the industry. It should be illegal for them to sound torture us for 4,000 hours, you know? It should be illegal. I actually care about this issue so much that I would literally have them face congressional insight over sound torture in video games that are online. It sounds autistic, crazy, stupid, and unhinged, because it is. But it is something that affects the lives of millions of fucking people, and it is almost on the level of political at this point. You are not living up to the money that we pay you, and it's becoming political. We are going to maybe see you face some insight in this industry if you continue to treat us like this. You've got to make it so we can turn the voices off. You got to make it so we can turn the ambience off. You got these terrible soundtracks on all your games and stuff where maybe you can turn off the sound effects, but you can't turn off the wind. And you do need to actually fix your fucking sound. Remember, sound is not even real. I mean, it's coding, but it's not really coding. It's coding when you attach the sound to the video game's infrastructure. But the sound design itself isn't even really coding. It's just common sense. You don't have any as piece of shit developers that run the industry. I would be okay if you were gone like P. Diddy. I would be okay if you were gone like Jay-Z. I would be okay if you were gone like Leonardo DiCaprio. I would be okay if you were gone. You understand? We've been trucking with your corruption for 30 some odd years. And I would be okay if you were full blown gone, Bethesda, like P. Diddy, because you've been abusing us and you have to make some of this stuff better. It is abuse, and I will torture you over it all of my goddamn life the way you've been torturing me over it all of my goddamn life since Morrowind. You released a good product, and yes, I asked too much. But I don't know if turning down the sound warfare after 4,000 hours is asking too much. I think it's you are not living up to what should be congressionally set standards in your industry, like every other industry known to man except yours. And I believe you should face congressional insight as to why we can't turn the sound warfare off. It's crazy, but it's not that crazy. Not if they see me address this with the passion that I have about it. It is a form of abuse. You expect the AI to be our customer service agents. That's not gonna fly. AI is a goddamn retard. You expect the sound warfare to be cool and I'm still gonna love you after 4,000 fucking hours? Nah, just full-blown wish your death, Bethesda. Fuck Bethesda, hope you die. The wind torture, sound torture is why. It is why. It's not your game. It's not the items or people killing me or something like that. It is the inventory space, the fucking sound torture warfare against me that they literally do to prisoners in goddamn fucking Guantanamo Bay. The same sound effect. The same exact sound effect that they torture prisoners with in Guantanamo Bay, you put it in the background of your game that we're supposed to play for 10,000 hours, for 10,000 levels. It is something that the Congress should inquest you about, because it is a form of torturing your goddamn customers. And I don't care if you think it's crazy. All I have to do is play the wind for the Congress. It is a form of abuse. When they understand that I've had 5,000 hours of it like Guantanamo Bay, they're gonna be like, no, you need to turn off the wind. You are torturing these people. And I guess I could turn the sound off. That's the other thing that you're gonna tell me. You're gonna be like, well, why don't you just turn the sound off at that point? Well, because I paid $60 for this video game and I have a right to expect sound, I think. We don't have a law set by Congress that proves that, but we should. We need a law with Congress that says that certain sound standards should be made. If you're going to charge me $60, you have to let me turn the wind off. I'm not going to turn the sound of the video game off to get rid of the fucking wind. That is a form of customer abuse. It's a form of fraud, basically. Why won't you take this? So yeah, and that's, I mean, yeah, and I can wander around your crappy game that wasn't what you said it would be, and yell at you about sound practices, about things that you're going to call autistic, but when you understand that 5,000 hours of this wind sound pretty much is Guantanamo Bay levels of torture, you'll understand I'm not fucking joking, and I would go in front of Congress and play them a fucking video for 5 minutes of the terrible sound. It'd be like, I don't have an option about this fucking sound other than turning the sound off. I posit that that is a form of direct fraud. It is a form of fraud that they fucking like enact against children. Like, children are their main fucking customer, right? It is a form of fraud that I can't turn off the sound torture without killing the whole soundtrack entirely. It's a form of digital software fraud that is laziness and passing the cost of business on to the consumer that does affect us, that you wouldn't think is such a big fucking deal. But I feel so strongly about this fucking issue that I would play the crappy Fallout 76 wind and the crappy Rust helicopter for Congress for 5 minutes so they understand the fucking piece of shit sound, fucking the reality of the sound torture, because it is a reality of the fucking sound torture. And the thing that makes me most angry about it is I can't stop this from poisoning the experience for my fucking stream. So not only does it poison my experience, I also do this professionally, and the fucking people that watch me play 76 for 5,000 fucking hours, you know, God rest their souls, like, you know, have to deal with this crappy wind sound the entire time that they listen to me in the fucking background. It's not only like it's me, it's everybody in the fucking scene. You're torturing everybody in the scene with your negligence. It's tortious negligence. I don't want to sue you. I don't want your company to die. I need you to raise your fucking standards, you fucking piece of shit thieves. Fucking piece of shit software developer thieves. You know? I wasn't kidding when I put software developers in my fucking sites. They do things that are so inept and so inane that I would like to sue them in Congress over it and play the tapes like some kind of Nixon inquest. I want to play the tapes to Congress of the sounds that I'm expected to deal with for 5,000 fucking hours. And I'm going to be like, nah, give me torture in Guantanamo Bay over this. And I can't stop it without literally reducing what I paid for significantly. I paid for a game with sound and graphics that works and doesn't crash. If I have to turn off the sound to get away from your worthless wind torture, I consider that a form of fraud and scam, and I would like the Congress to go after you about it. You've been torturing kids. Fucking torturing kids, quite literally, with the same exact fucking... I'm not kidding. You think I am, but I'm not. I'm kidding. I can play Congress, and I can play you the sounds that they play the fucking victims in Guantanamo Bay for fucking 50 hours or whatever it is. And I can play the sound that you play in the back of Fallout 76. It's the exact same sound. Guantanamo Bay plays it much louder and much longer because I log after like 8 or 10 hours or whatever it is. I don't hear the sound torture anymore and I can sleep, you know. But, but I do liken it to Guantanamo Bay. If you look at the videos of people being sound tortured in Guantanamo Bay or other places, you're going to understand that's exactly what Bethesda is doing to fucking children. If I try and stop them, I significantly reduce the value of the goddamn product by something like 33%. I just don't have sound anymore. That is like 33% of the value of the product that I paid good American dollars for. Doesn't matter if it was 5 years ago. I paid good $60 for this game when it first came out, and like, motherfucker, I did not pay to fucking for an experience where I'm forced to turn the sound off. I refuse to do it. I'd rather see you face congressional insight first and your criminal asses brought to goddamn justice for your fucking torture tactics rather than fucking put up with your fucking torture any longer. And I'm gonna get off the goddamn game. Fuck you. That's the end result, is I just get off the game. I'm like, nah, you're fucking sound torture. And I got on it and I beat it to a dead horse, I know. But I'm not kidding. Every game does this. Every game in video game history does this. They sound torture you. They need to provide better options to control those sounds. It is a form of torture that is like enacted upon the public who pay good money. Unintentionally, I don't think, and unintentionally, frankly, I don't think they know that they're sound torturing us. I think they're that goddamn stupid. They're that incompetent. And that's why their products don't sell as well as they hope they do. But I mean, like, honestly, I don't think they're even aware of it. I think this is going to be an oh shit thing for them if they finally realize it. They're like, oh my God, we actually have been Guantanamo torturing people who play our games and dump thousands of dollars into our pockets. And when they finally realize what they've actually been doing, I hope some people are fucking fired, frankly. Because it shouldn't be the gamers that tell them this. The people at their fucking jobs should be telling them, you know, you're sound torturing people. Their quality of life testers should be like, you know, you're sound torturing kids. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your wind track in the background, it is sound torture. It is the exact same thing that they play to torture prisoners in Guantanamo Bay. It's a low wind sound that isn't totally intolerable. But if you listen to her for 50 hours, it breaks your sanity. That's what you did to kids. The quality of life tester needs to tell Todd Howard that so he doesn't torture kids. But the quality of life tester either tells him and he doesn't listen, or they don't care, one or the other. And so I'm expected to turn off my sound rather than be tortured by the wind or the fucking patrol helicopter. And I do. I've got all kinds of keybinds on all of my clients to be able to mute that sound torture. And it is the only reason I'm still in the MMO industry, is I'm able to mute their sound torture because I'm so fucking sick of it. I would haul off and fucking sock Todd Howard in the fucking face and justify it to the fucking world, being like, he Guantanamo Bay tortured me since Morrowind. And they'll be like, you're crazy. And I'll be like, no, I can prove it. I can play Morrowind on for a fucking jury. No, I can prove it. He's been sound torturing me all of my adult life. And I had to haul off and sock him in the goddamn kisser because he is a piece of shit. They made a joke about this on The Simpsons. They were like, hey, hi, I'm that guy. It was a Halloween Simpsons episode. They were like, hi, I'm that guy that made up that jingle from the 1980s that you can't that you still remember 25 years later and can't get out of your head. And I swear to God, this is where I get the haul off and punch you in the fucking face thing. Homer Simpson, he doesn't say anything. He just hauls off and socks the guy in the fucking face, no hesitation. And then he's like, sorry. And he's like, no, happens all the time. That's the joke. And that's the joke that I'm making when I say I want to haul off and sock Todd Howard in the fucking face. Not because the games suck, not because they're buggy, or anything that any of the rest of the scene says. It's because I've been sound tortured since Morrowind with that wind sound. It's the same wind sound that they used to play in Morrowind. They don't buy a new sound or improve it. They just wind sound torture you since Morrowind. And they don't balance the sound. They don't allow you to remove it. They don't allow you to edit it out with some fancy program like Lord of the Rings, like some Lua that lets you remove the sound from your client and like so that you don't use it. But it's like, you know, they don't do anything like that to actually fix it. They just fucking torture us for years. And so if I ever saw Todd Howard, and I promise this to Todd Howard, I don't care if it ever gets back to him, I'm hauling off and socking him in the goddamn face. And I've never harmed a living thing. But I would break my vow of violence to punch fucking Todd Howard in the fucking face just to get it across to the community that some of the quality of life stuff that they skimp on actually is like Guantanamo fucking torture, and they do need to fix it. And I would wish them to see congressional insight if they don't fix it soon. And the sound torture is right at the top of the list. You would think it would be the most minor thing, but no, the sound torture is at the top of the list. You got to get some sliders on every sound thing that you use in these games, because I need to be able to turn down the goddamn helicopters and the goddamn wind, because it is thousands and thousands of hours of it, and it has affected my sanity, as you can see. And I would testify in front of a jury, a court, SCOTUS, and the president and the Congress. I don't care. I would testify to Congress about this. What I'm saying is true, and I do feel this way, and I would not feel embarrassed, and I don't care if they call me autistic or crazy. The sound torture is a real fucking thing that has affected my fucking sanity, and I would haul off and sock his ass in the face like that Halloween episode from The Simpsons about the guy who makes the TV jingles that you can't forget 30 years later. Now, the guy who makes the jingle, he has to deal with the fact that he can't remember the jingle either, so he tortures himself as well, but at least he's rich. I don't get rich from being tortured by the jingle or tortured by the goddamn wind sound effects. I'm just tortured by the wind sound effects, and I want to punch Todd Howard in the goddamn face. You know, I feel no shame about saying that on the internet whatsoever. I'm not a violent man. I would feel great shame, usually, about evincing any desire to harm another living thing. But these software developers, their Guantanamo Bay sound torture for fucking 50 years? My mother used to complain about it when I was a child. She was like, I will not sit here while you play Mario Brothers for 10 hours and I have to listen to it. She was like, I can't do it. She would tell me, she was like, it is like torture. I will not do it. She was like, shut it off, mute it, something. Stop clicking the controller. Like, I don't know what it is with video game developers and fucking sound torture and sound warfare. But like, I don't know what it is, but they need to be a little bit more fucking self-aware when they put those wind tracks in their fucking games, or the sirens, or the fucking helicopters. Every gamer I've ever met bitches about this are like, oh my God, the sirens. They put sirens in every first-person shooter, and they run for 45 minutes while I try to find the last mob to get the last item or whatever it is. And it's like, oh, the sirens. Jesus fucking Christ. That's one of the reasons I don't play single player shooters anymore, because I know that 40% of the time through the whole game, they've got sirens running. No, thank you. If I wanted to be tortured like Guantanamo Bay, I would blow up the White House or something. You understand? I don't want to be tortured like Guantanamo Bay. I don't want to be tortured by software developers that I pay money to. You could just fucking lose your company, shithead. I don't care if you lose your company, Todd Howard. You tortured me for years. I don't care what happens to you. I don't care what happens to Square Enix. I don't care what happens to Blizzard. These games that I have 5,000 to 10,000 hours on. Face Punch, because of that patrol helicopter. I went to Reddit one day. I literally said, Dear Face Punch, if I'm not looking at the helicopter, why do I hear the helicopter 99% of the time when I play this game for thousands of hours? And all these little shithead tablets came in and they were like, oh, because it indicates the helicopter? Yeah, bro is gonna crash out. Bro's gonna crash out. He's gonna lose it and all this stupid ass fucking brain rot tablet shit. And I was like, nah, motherfucker, I'm dead serious, and you're an idiot if you don't think the same thing. That patrol helicopter fucking sound plays all goddamn day long. Tay used to complain about it incessantly. He's like, let's kill the patrol helicopter. Let's just kill it so the sound stops. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, we pay you money so you can sound torture us? Nah, I'm gonna pray for the death of your company instead. I'm going to pray for the death of Bethesda. I'm going to pray for it tonight when I go to bed. I'd be like, please, God, or whatever gods you believe in. I don't really believe in deities or whatever. I'm going to be like, please, circumstances. Please, universe. Please, nature, something. Please, God, smite Bethesda for the sound, Guantanamo Bay sound torture that they have put us through since Morrowind. Please, the video game industry has put us through sound torture since the 80s. It's got to stop. You have to design that sound better. You do. And some of the games do. Like Lord of the Rings Online. If you don't like a sound in Lord of the Rings Online, crappy game, crappy WoW clone that just didn't live up to WoW, you know? But you can shut off the minstrel screaming. It is one of the worst sounds in all of video game hood, is the minstrel screaming in Lord of the Rings Online. When the people in the forums complained that stupid-ass SSG was fucking sound torture warfaring them to the point where they were quitting the goddamn game with the minstrel shout, they were like, well, what if we give you a Lewis script little box that lets you remove any sound that annoys you? And they were like, yes, we wish WoW would do that. Why won't all of the people do that? Why? And the community went nuts. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, there is a promised land where we're not living in Guantanamo Bay sound torture every single day. There is a promised land. I had mental issues due to the sound warfare. I would punch Todd Howard in the face. No reluctance, no shame. And I would explain it to Congress and the cops and the judge afterwards. And that is the response of a torture victim. It is a torture victim's response. I could bring my doctors and have them prove that is the response of a torture victim. It's the only kind of response you would get out of a torture victim, which is it happened too much. I don't know if it's too much. I just know that it did happen too much to me, and the sound warfare has affected my sanity. You can hear it in my fucking voice. I would fucking sue them to get that little box that Lotro did to remove the sounds out of their games. I do mute the patrol helicopter every single time I play Rust. I turn off the Fallout 76 sounds constantly. I'm sorry, but like I am really fucking dead serious about the piece of shit sound warfare that you guys do. I am fucking dead serious. I would testify in front of Congress and wish them to raise the standard in the industry where you can't do shit like that to us, or you go to jail or lose your company.
In fact, Trump sometimes...
it wouldn't be go to jail or lose your company, but that's just my vitriol and viciousness about the sound torture warfare for 50 years. What I really mean is I want them to impose large fines and destroy your reputation in the business industry. Or I'm sorry, in the industry. And I would like Congress to destroy Bethesda's reputation the way that they did Blizzard's when they were cubicle crawling. I want them to destroy Blizzard's reputation when I prove to the whole world that they actually have been Guantanamo sound torturing kids for 50 years. The same exact sound that they use in Guantanamo Bay. Maybe not as loud and maybe not as forced, but it is the same principle. It is sound torture warfare, the likes of which that they use in Guantanamo Bay.
Times went on so long that Epstein would leave the room.
I keep saying Guantanamo Bay, which they would make fun of me for. I don't care if they would make fun of me for it. It is the same torture that they use at Guantanamo Bay. I can prove it scientifically in a court of law. The shit that Bethesda does, you think I'm crazy, but no. It is actually provable in a court of law that the sound torture warfare that Bethesda does is the exact same sound torture warfare that Guantanamo Bay torture victims receive.
He was talking, but then also a third
the shit that they used in Vietnam. It's loud static, loud wind. And they run it for 50 hours until you lose your sanity. And it is the exact same principle in Bethesda games. It is. It's the exact same principle. Torture you until you notice the wind. Once you've noticed the wind, you can't ever unnotice it. And then you're like, oh, wow, I actually really want to hurt the developer physically for the years and years and years and years of torture. That is only a response that a torture victim will give.
And said that they frequently talked about sex, and
it's like I've got Stockholm syndrome. I love Bethesda, but they do physically fucking torture me every single day since I was like 14 years old. It's a shitty drug dealer relationship, and I would be okay if they went away. Is Todd Howard at the P. Diddy parties?
Deliberately did so on speaker so that she would hear. Or with her recalling how Trump seemed to enjoy describing his sexual exploits.
Asked with a very serious face. You know, it is a joke. but not very much of one. Was Todd Howard at the fucking P. Diddy freak-offs? I'm dead serious, because I think I think the problem that we have is all the same problem. It's just a big, crazy, what do they call this, bifurcated head, like a hydra. We are fighting a hydra of corruption in every single industry, and I would not be surprised if Todd Howard hung out with Jeffrey Epstein.
It's and how Epstein seemed to delight in the call.
Now, we don't know. We don't know what's in the files. They won't tell us. But they're starting to talk like all the executives might burn. And I'm beginning to wonder if this sound torture warfare isn't a mistake. It's actually the actions of a right-wing death cult. You know, that is so extreme and so crazy that I know I sound cracked on a hinge when I say it. And it is a joke. I'm making a joke a little bit. But I kind of sometimes wonder if Bethesda is part of some kind of crazy right-wing Bethesda, Epstein, cultural elite crowd that does stuff like experiment with sound warfare in their video games.
Making her uncomfortable. Things like the men discussing a woman's pubic hair and if there was enough for Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another call, Trump allegedly described having sex with another woman on a pool table. You know, these stories, they just keep coming and coming. Things like during a flight, Trump allegedly came on to one of Epstein's employees, telling her he could have anyone he wanted. Another employee recalling that Trump occasionally sent over modeling cards for Epstein to peruse, like a menu. You also had the Times reporting that Jill Harth, a former business partner who later accused Trump of sexually assaulting her at a party that Epstein also attended, saying that Trump once demanded that she provide him with access to a 17-year-old Czech beauty pageant contestant. And while we don't know what, if anything, happened there, you also had another contestant from Switzerland telling the Times that during that same event, one of Trump's employees asked her to meet privately with him in a suite upstairs, saying that when she arrived, Trump began groping her, kissing her, and trying to lift her dress, recalling...
Oh, good! It's Trump being testified about in a court case with evidence that I can cite, groping a 17-year-old.
I yelled, I screamed, I pushed him. He didn't want to give up. And with that, you had her friend corroborating the story, saying that she told him about it.
Oh, good. More child sex drama. Great. Trump is a fucking rapist. A child rapist.
Back in 2004, and there's a...
Thank you, Trump. Thank you for the good news. Great thing to tune into.
Of her with Trump as well. Also at the same event, she says that Epstein introduced himself to her as Don's best friend. With that, adding that she was confused because he didn't seem to be affiliated with the pageant, so she didn't understand why.
He is Don's best friend because if what Jeffrey knew about Don ever gets out, Don loses everything. So that's quite true. Just like Jay-Z and P. Diddy. Now they're saying it's Snoop Dogg, actually. It's Snoop Dogg and P. Diddy. Snoop Dogg and P. Diddy.
Allowed into the press luncheon. But she said Epstein allegedly continued telling her Don likes you very much, invited...
This menu screen, I can turn it off, but then I can't get the Atomic Shop menu music, which is wonderful. Why do you use this wonderful S-tier wonderful Christmas music in the Atomic Shop store so you can get your gotcha money, but then you take me back to this nightmare hellscape of a terrible piece of shit music that I never ever want to hear again? Why do you do this? It sounds like a liquid fart being translated to music. It's like nobody would ever want to hear that sound in real life. It sounds like the drums at Helm's Deep or something. And it's like, you think this sounds like good? This doesn't sound good. This sounds like a Philharmonic orchestra was taken over by a really bad video game composer and was told to make music that you would listen to while you were fighting Helm's Deep. It's terrible. This music is so bad, and you do this in every single game that you make. It is a form of sound torture. It's a way less steel than the wind in the fucking patrol helicopter, right? But it is a form of sound warfare torture. It's like, this music is wonderful. Listen to this wonderful whimsy music that pops up when you open the store. But it's on the same track because they're lazy about soundtracks. So I can't differentiate between this track and the other menu music track, which sounds like Donald Trump taking a shit on Xi Jinping's face. It sounds so bad to me. It really does sound like the brown noise episode from South Park. This song, it sounds like the brown noise episode of South Park. It sounds like the notes that you would play to cause somebody to have explosive diarrhea. It really, this song is so fucking bad. Then we come in the Atomic Shop and it's like, Wow, it's real music with melody and time and reason and rhyme and reason and stuff. And it's got whimsy and it's happy and it's lilting and it's cool and it doesn't sound like Space Marines butt fucking each other in the movie Aliens. And I don't really understand your vibe with that. I don't need video games to sound like I'm playing a game of Warhammer. I don't need that from you. Why do you do that stupid ass shit? Nobody needs the music to sound like I'm fighting the battle of Helm's Deep. Your fucking design is so incompetent. I need you to fucking change it. It's getting close to this point where Bethesda might die if you don't. Fucking change it. Here's Heaven. I love this song. It sounds like I'm on a sleigh in that claymation about Frosty the Snowman. I love this song. It's one of the better songs I've ever heard. It's great. It kind of sounds like old 60s like television show intro themes. And it's got kind of a 70s thing of like we're kind of jumping into the future a little bit. And then it reverts back to Christmas. It jumps like 7 genres. And I can't say enough beautiful positive things about this song that you randomly threw on your Atomic Shop thing. Or you probably didn't randomly do it, but it's like sort of random that you chose it. And it's like this song is like, it's like in the same breath, we go from Heaven, which is like a really well composed, beautiful track for the ages out of the video game scene that I would play for my mother to get her in the Christmas spirit. Then we go to Bethesda Hell, where the brown noise fires off. Piece of shit Todd Howard shows up and you sock him in the fucking face for sound torture warfare, and it's another Bethesda login screen that sounds like that wretched abortion of that Skyrim song. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you don't have a self-awareness about how bad this fucking song sounds. And I've seen so many Reddit posts and so many forum posts about this, and I'm not the only one. They're like, man, that fucking crappy song you play when I log in, it makes me want to KMS. Then I go to the Atomic Shop and it's like, they're playing the same song over and over again, but there's actually 3, it's random, but there's actually 3 or 4 Christmas songs that they play on the Atomic Shop, and all of them are something like 50,000 to 100,000 times better than this wretched fucking brown noise abortion track that you play every single time you load any Bethesda game except for Oblivion. Morrowind. I can't get it to play the other RNG music, but there's other really good Christmas tracks in the Atomic Store that aren't Sound Warfare from Guantanamo Bay. And I mean that. Like, that sound that you play for Wind is the fucking sound that they play in Guantanamo Bay. I'm not an idiot, you know? I know that you're playing it really quietly. It doesn't matter. It's the same fucking sound torture warfare that they use in our armed services. I know it is. I know where you got it from. I'm not stupid. So, brown noise is Todd Howard taking a shit in Santa Claus's mouth. It's so gross. It's like, what the fuck? And then we come in here and it's like, oh cool, it's suddenly we're in Nightmare Before Christmas when he's like visiting the Christmas town the first time. And it's like, weird, why did you do such a dichotomy of poopy, caca, worthless ass diarrhea mode brown noise music like this? And if you turn it up, it's even more sound torture warfare. Like, you know, if you turn it up to what you think menu music should be at. Brown noise. You just shit your pants and you're stuck in, you know, a game of Warhammer and you're fighting right-wingers in the game Aliens, and there's Space Marines and they're playing Fallout and they're fucking each other in the ass. It's Republican Space Marines and all this other stupid-ass red pill-coated Helm's Deep shit that just sucks my fucking dick and I can't stand hearing it. It's offensive to me, you understand? It's fucking offensive to me. Your stylistic choices. And then suddenly, we're back in Christmas Town and fucking Nightmare Before Christmas, and your fucking sound torture warfare bullshit cocksuckery is very fucking clear for what it actually is. You're not clever, motherfucker. I can spot that you're doing this on purpose. You do this shit on purpose. I have no fucking idea why. It is such a weird, shitty, bad stylistic choice that I would troll you about right to your fucking face about. Here's Heaven, here's Hell. In the same second. In the same menu screen, basically. Dear God, why? Why? I just shat my pants because I'm listening to the crappy Bethesda login song to every crappy Bethesda game, and it sounds like Helm's Deep dudes are Republican space rogering each other, and the Queen from Aliens just came, and it's all red pill coated, and then I'm in the Battle of Helm's Deep, and it sounds like Philharmonica orchestras are rogering each other in space, and it's just weird. It's just like, oh. And then it's like heaven again, and it's like, why are you so incompetent, worthless piece of shit developer? I want congressional insight to your standards, because you are robbing us. You are actually charging us money for stuff that I consider to be almost offensively bad, buggy stylistic choices that just aren't fun for us. They literally actually cause us suffering. This song doesn't cause me suffering. I love this song. It makes me so happy after hearing the goddamn diarrhea brown noise butt probe that is this other track. Wah, wah, brown noise. You just shit your pants and you're in Helm's Deep. You're in Helm's Deep, and there's orcs everywhere. Bethesda crappy login music that sounds like diarrhea personified as music. And maybe the kids will like it, but no, they all secretly hate it too. And you're incompetent, you worthless piece of shit sound developer, game developer, fucking whatever it is. There's several incompetent people here. Going from heaven to hell in the same 5 seconds. Incompetent. Fucking incompetent.
Editor to Mar-a-Lago.
I'm gonna turn your fucking barbecue diarrhea brown noise piece of shit, a wretched abortion of a fucking stylistic choice for menu music and behind. I'm gonna leave it behind. Bye. Your wretched fucking musical abortion that you call a fucking login track to your fucking menu music. It's just not welcome in my life, you worthless, incompetent developer. It's just not welcome. And you think I'm making a big ado about nothing and I'm overplaying things, but no, I really genuinely fucking mean with all my heart and soul in front of a lawyer, in front of a jury, in front of Congress, kind of seriousness. I really mean what I'm saying. It is a form of sound warfare. It did affect my sanity. It does need to stop. I will cancel you, and I will not shed a tear if you die, because you've been torturing us for years, and it needs to stop. Worthless piece of shit torturer.
Wants to take care of her flights.
Worthless piece, just another piece of shit bully like Donald Trump. Rich, right-wing, fucking stuck-up executive bullying people with their sound warfare that they're not even competently enough aware of that they do. They're not even competent enough to know that it's happening. Complete incompetence on the executive level.
And hotel, and when she declined, she says that he tried to convince her by talking about the wealth that
Fallout has never been that crappy login song. It's just never been. Fallout was more Big Iron than it was those crappy dungeon tracks that you did that just aren't video gamey even. They're just unpleasant to hear. They're fucking unpleasant. They're always negative. They're always detuned. They're always sharp. They're never melodic. They're fucking terrible. Your combat tracks are never sharp, never melodic, always terrible. They run for 15, 25, 35, 45-minute battles sometimes, and it's terrible. It is sound torture and warfare, the Skyrim battle track. Everybody tried to remove it. Everybody hates it. You continue to do it. You do it in every game that you make. We don't like it. You fucking sound torture warfare us. So I propose canceling Bethesda. They won't change.
he kept in Swiss banks, as well as famous friends that he could introduce.
May Bethesda die and bring us somebody new who can. I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about the death of Bethesda, but I would wish that Bethesda could die a peaceful death of old age now, where they stop torturing toddlers with sound torture warfare wind, you know, and their software developer incompetence. And their terrible menu screen logins and their buggy launches and problems where we're just expected to shoulder the cost of doing business while you collect the $1 billion. We just get buggy and can't log in to the launch or get tortured by fucking Guantanamo Bay torture. And I'm sorry, I'm just at this point now, like, where just like 50 Cent, I'd rather see the industry fucking die than see you shitheads poison the well any longer. Fuck you.
to. Right? And then there's just kind of
I want to see Todd Howard go down right along with P. Diddy. I think it would be an appropriate time. I want Todd Howard gone. The mismanagement on really simple things that gamers that are 5 years old could tell him to do. I can't do the mismanagement anymore. I want the death of the industry. I want Todd Howard right up there in court with fucking Donald Trump.
Smash of stories. The paper spoke to Tina Davis, a then 14-year-old model for Ford, whose booker allegedly told her to dress sexy for a Mar-a-Lago party.
I don't care about your bugs and your sound warfare bullshit, fucking crazy agendas of incompetence and non-awareness of your fucking problems and all this stuff, and lack of quality of life and bugs and problems and shit, and broken MSQs that I just don't even want. I don't even like doing them, and all this other shit that you do. I'm just okay if Bethesda dies now. Hint, hint. As P. Diddy burns, maybe we should do a little bit of insight towards these crappy billionaire software tech, video game software developers. I think maybe it's time to take a look at the corporate infrastructure of video games. The way that you're taking a look at the corporate infrastructure of music, I need you to take a look at the corporate infrastructure of video games, because there's some level of incompetent shit here that I could testify in front of Congress that is almost close to Guantanamo Bay torture of kids. And I'm dead serious about what I'm saying. It is sound torture of kids that they pay money for. And I can play it for Congress, and they're going to agree with me. They're going to be like, yeah, that is a gray noise sound that if you experience for 4,000 or 5,000 hours, it might actually affect your sanity. And they won't let you turn it off without killing the entire soundtrack? No. And you'd be surprised how terrible, buggy problems like this, Bethesda's proud of it. They use phrases like, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a feature that a game I pay good money for. I can't turn this fucking sound effect off that sound torture warfares me. That's not a fucking feature. That's you sound torture warfare. You're warfaring me, and I don't want it.
In 1994, and her mom saying that 8 or 9.
I would be okay if Bethesda was gone. Blizzard, Square Enix. I've been with these companies for 28 years or some shit. Since I was, 8 years old, 10 years old or something. I've been buying some Square game or some Diablo game or some fucking Final Fantasy or some WoW or some whatever, some big MMO, some PSO, some something, some ESO, whatever it is. And I think I'm ready for the death of the industry. I think every other gamer on the planet would be like, but I think I'm actually the smartest person here, not smartest, but the most emotionally intelligent person in this industry, which is fucking crazy. I think I actually am. And I think 50 Cent realized that too. I think 50 Cent realized that, yeah, while he might not be that smart, maybe, he is super emotionally intelligent, and he knows when something's wrong. And that's what this is actually about. And the treatment from these software developers. I watched the music industry finally get their closure about Tupac and Biggie and all the problems that ruined rap. And I'm like, oh my God, can we get that in video games? Can we get rid of Todd Howard? Can we get rid of piece of shit Robert space industry robbing kids for $3,000 spaceships? Can we get rid of FIFA and their fucking their fucking loot boxes? Can we get rid of fucking Blizzard, who won't make WoW 2? They're just going to keep making expansions for WoW 1. They're never going to give us better graphics or better anything. They're just going to keep making content that we don't even care about. And it's like, that is a form of scam. It's a form of scam. You took my money for a box price. You promised a long-term game experience that would take years. And then you just don't make the game better? Like Star Citizen? No, I want you right up in court like P. Diddy. You might not have raped people like P. Diddy, but you took advantage of children. And this is about emotional intelligence. I'm starting to feel like Fitty. I'm not too smart either. I destroyed my brain with drugs. I'm probably on the same IQ level as 50 Cent. I got to be honest about it. I have fried my brain with heroin. I have fried my brain with methamphetamine. I've fried my brain with alcohol. I've fried my brain with like 30 years of tobacco use and marijuana use. And I'm just Christopher Lloyd now. I'm basically Doc Brown. I'm that wacky. I'm crazy. I have a fried brain. And I'm sure, you know, the industry doesn't help either. It also helps fry you. It burns you at both ends, this industry. And I'm fried, right? I'm completely fried, and I'm probably on the same level as a 50 Cent, I would say. And I like what he's doing because it's like, I know the difference between right and wrong, and you giving me a 290 inventory and then dumping 700 pounds of loot on me in 5 minutes is inherently morally wrong in an MMO where you expect me to pay a monthly or to pay a season pass or some kind of subscription or something like that, or continue to buy DLCs or continue to buy expansions or something. If you want me to continue to invest in your fucking game, you gotta stop sound torturing me. You gotta give me sound sliders. You can't have bad launches. You can't be taking advantage of kids with loot boxes. You can't have FIFA loot boxes anymore. Like, I want these software developers. They stole way more money than P. Diddy. These software developers, they stole money from kids. They stole so much more money than P. Diddy. And they took advantage of way more people. Not sexually, thankfully, except for the cubicle crawling and stuff. Thank God it wasn't sexual with them. Oh, at least we don't know yet. We don't know Todd Howard's at P. Diddy's parties. We don't know. I doubt it. He strikes me as an uptight Christian, maybe, but I don't know Todd Howard. I really don't know. I don't like conjecture like that. But he wears the same spray tan as all these child rapists. He votes the same way as all these child rapist grifters. He is grifting with Bethesda. He absolutely is right wing, and he is from Bethesda, Maryland, where they're kind of backwoods and a little bit Appalachia, and definitely right wing. And 76 is not an accident. It's not a mistake. It's not a miracle. It is what it is. It's a piece of right-wing, it's not totally right-wing, but it's mostly right-wing Americana full of guns and zombies and a milsim that's trying to help you survive the apocalypse by building and using all the scraps from the dead people and apocalyptic content and source around you to build a palace out of nothing. And while the gameplay is really good and cool, it is sort of about carving a swathe across the land, taking all of their resources and using it to build your little white palace. And that's what Rust is, and it is right-wing coded. It's kind of crazy. It's sort of like, go take what other people built, right? Even if it is the mobs. It is like killing the mobs and taking what they have. It's kind of crazy. So, and it's okay. I like the gameplay. It's good. I'm not harping on them about that. But it's very clear what the inspirations are. Stuff like Boy and This Dog and Mad Max, all of the Mad Maxes and all that stuff. And those are right-wing, red pill-coded games that are about domination and destruction. And I think I would not be surprised if Mr. Orange-Faced Turd, Todd Howard, who dresses like Trump and backs the Republicans and has money and lies to grift his Republican games, I kind of wonder if he might be at the freak-offs. And we're learning that Snoop Dogg was at the freak-offs. We were learning that, Leo was at the fucking freak-offs. There's all these other real bigger names that are starting to come out. I wonder if Todd Howard's going to be one of them because he walks the walk, he sprays the orange turd tan, and he talks the talk. And he's got that $1 billion that he grifted kids for. And I'm wondering if it's all the same thing. I think I kind of want to happen to the video game industry what is happening to the music industry. I think corpos have ruined music. I think corpos have ruined television. I think corpos have ruined war. I think corpos have ruined politics. I think corpos have ruined music, television, movies, games, everything. YouTube, I think they ruined YouTube. I think the Admageddon or whatever they call that, the apocalypse, right? I think the apocalypse was because of corpos, and I think it did kill YouTube. I think SOPA and PIPA are good things, but they're not. They're not good for privacy, but they are good things because we do need internet laws about privacy, but they were not implemented well. They're just basically the Patriot Act for the internet, so they can come and bust you when they want to throw you in their prison industrial complex so they can make money off you like a Matrix battery. And so I don't like that doom and gloom, but I mean, that is the fucking reality. So now I'm looking for video game executives like Bobby Cockdick and fucking Todd Howard to show up at the freak-offs. Because I want to chop off the piece of shit Goliath head off of this terrible, terrible industry, exactly like 50 Cent. I feel very inspired by 50 Cent, and I hope to do, through the 5 or 10 viewership that I have, spread enough word to the whole video game universe that it's time to cancel these piece of shit corpos who drove music into the ground, drove rap into the ground, drove video games into the ground, drove music into the ground, drove politics and the American political parties into the ground, and the British political parties into the ground, drove Britain into the ground. Look at Jimmy, we could go look at Jimmy the Giant right now, and the last 15 Jimmy the Giant videos are going to be titled like Britain died. Britain's gone. The rich people in Britain stole all the money and now Britain's dead. That's what his fucking titles are going to be. We don't pay attention to it, but I try to. Let's go look, That's how his titles are, and it is alarmist, and it is what sells, and it is a little bit worse than what the actual truth is. But it's like why everyone hates British tourists, the Islamification of Britain, why men are being radicalized, why you hate poor people, the coming British class war, why billionaires are trying to build private countries so they can get away from Britain and the U.S. and all this stuff, why you're being lied to about London and all this other crazy shit, right? The great British drug culture explained and all this stuff, right? And he's trying to do for Britain what I'm trying to do for video games, what 50 Cent is trying to do for music and rap. Well, really it's rap, but I think it has to be all music. I hope Billie Eilish does for pop music what 50 Cent did for fucking rap music and stuff. And I want to do for the video game industry with just my 5 or 10 viewership. I want to set the standard and be that boss like 50 Cent. I don't care if somebody watches me. I don't think 50 Cent cares either. I don't think he cares if anybody watches his documentary. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about saving the industries that we worked in all of our lives and know and love and wish to last until the day that we die, at least. I don't care about the video game industry dying. I frankly don't. Not past the day that I die, right? So I need the video game industry to last while I'm alive, but I don't care what happens to you guys because I can't care. I'll be dead, right? So I don't care what happens to the video game industry past the day that I die. But right now, I really give a lot of shits. I'm talking 10 billion shits, 50 billion bags of shits. I give a lot of bags of shits about the video game industry. And I want to happen to the video game industry what happened to the music industry. I don't want these piece of shit corpos driving the video game industry into the ground. And who has better access to child porn than software developers? Who has better access to cheating banks and cheating money and Bitcoin and shit like this to use that Chomo child currency that they want to legitimize so much, Bitcoin and shit like this, right? But it is a Chomo child currency. It's a child sex currency. Bitcoin is around for 2 reasons. The first reason was an honest one that I still really like, which is that no world government should be able to track where your money was spent, even if it is a dollar bill. No government should be able to tell where you spent your money, but they do. They track the dollar bills and where they go. And they use this information against us. So Ken made the Bitcoin, or whatever his name is. Was it Ken K or something like that? I forget the name of the Bitcoin guy. But Ken made the Bitcoin. I always thought he might have been a child molester because I always thought that he would make the only reason he made the Bitcoin was so that he could make a dark web. And then if he made the dark web, that was to sell guns to assassins, child porn to Jeffrey, and drugs to me. Right? And I was a dark web customer. I've never purchased drugs off the dark web because what they don't tell you is if you want to build a real legitimate presence in the dark web so you can buy drugs, you have to put up a non-refundable $250 to $500 deposit to do business on Dream. And a lot of people don't know that that's true. But if you want to do business on Dream or whatever one isn't canceled at the moment, right, you usually have to put down a $200 to $500, maybe it's a little cheaper these days, but it's usually like a $100 to $200 $200 to $300 to $400 to $500 deposit that they keep just so you can either sell stuff or buy stuff. And they assume that you're there to scam people, and they want your $500 so they can maybe recoup that and fix that. And so they take your $500, and it's not negotiable, and you don't get it back at the end of it. That's their $500, right? And in exchange, you can do business on their market, and they make the assumption, the false one, that you might not be the feds. They like take their risk, and then they put a number on it. They put a number on that risk, $500 worth of Bitcoin. And I wouldn't pay them. I was like, I'm not going to pay you a tariff on the chance that you might not rip me off and send me nothing. I'm not going to do that. I've been working in the drug scene all my life, and I know what happens when you hand people money. You make promises like that. You get dick. You get nothing. I'm not stupid, and it is 100% of the time. If you think that you're going to hand somebody a front, and you want to know what I hate more than anything else, even maybe more than rapists and Nazis, I don't like the front. And if you don't know what I mean, the front is a term that covers so many things, but for me, it means asking for money that you don't have to pay for something that you can't afford. But it means a lot of other things. It also means a masquerade or a lie, like Donald Trump, that tricks the entire world. It also means, like, in the hip-hop scene, it means, like, you're pretending that you're hard. There's a lot of things that the front means, but it's the thing that I despise most. And I'm sure 50 Cent could agree with me. I think 50 Cent despises the front the most. 50 Cent did not front, and neither did I, motherfucker. I've rolled like him, strapped up in the ghetto, dealing dope to fucking fiends and shit like this, and I didn't lie about it with a pen. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lying about it now, and neither is he. I've been shot at before. I've had pistols leveled at me and shit, and I've been robbed, and I've had cars stolen from me, and fucking, and I've stolen cars and all types of shit. I didn't live a good lifestyle there for a long time because of my drug addiction. So I'm not fronting like 50 Cent, and I'm not fronting about being like the number one gamer out there either. Even maybe, Mortismo's probably the number one gamer by my estimation right now today, because he is, I guess, unless he's cheating, which he probably is, but honestly, if he's not cheating, he promises something that I don't believe I could ever do, which is a higher value thing than what I do for this industry, which is that he completionists every RPG that he plays, especially CRPGs, which is a monumental thing. That's sort of like saying you finish every book that you start, or you watch every video all the way through, or you don't ever skip ever. You don't ever skip the track. You always listen to the crappy Bethesda login intro music for the whole 4 minutes, and you don't ever skip that track, and you wait for the track to end before you start the game kind of shit. That's how crazy that sounds. It's sort of like, okay, you completionist every game that you do. And it's like, I learned that the cycle isn't that bad for him. He goes like 3 to 5 weeks, and and he completionists the game using guides that they put on Steam, and he's not stupid. He does use like a team of people to streamline the thing, and they are Googling for him when he runs into something, and the AI is providing him answers like, how much will this shield cost if I go back to town, as opposed to trading for it at this trader or whatever, right? And the AI answers him, and the team of his people answers him, because they're conducting the business of running an expensive stream, and they're making millions of dollars, so they do take the time to do it correctly. So Mortismo takes the crown in the video game industry, in my opinion, because he is completionisting every major RPG that comes out, which is the hardest thing in pretty much reality to do. It's maybe easier to be a 5-star general, or like, I don't know, Elon Musk, than it is to completionist like 10,000 RPGs. It's like willingly choosing to do Bible study for the rest of your life. It would be so fucking boring. You would just open the Bible, like they do this too. They do this in some of the really old monastic places in the world. They pay monks to, not pay, but they feed monks to just sit there all of their lives, from the age of like 13 when they don the frock, all the way to when they die of old age, to the ripe old age of 104, because they don't do drugs, they don't drink, they don't have sex, they don't take risks, they don't ever stress themselves, so they die of good old age of like 94 to 104 or something like that. But they never do anything but sleep, open the Bible, and study it and write about it. That's all they do. They don't talk to the other monks. That's worse than what Mortisimo does. And you could never pay me to do that, but I do have the capability of doing that. I've got that kind of level of attention to detail and patience, just like Mortisimo. But it's got to actually be fun, or I won't do it. Fun is like a religion for me. If it's not fun, I won't do it. Mortisimo doesn't have fun completionisting every single RPG, but he probably does have fun feeding his family with the money that he makes. You know, so he made a trade up there. I'm not willing to trade fun. I don't care about money enough to trade it for fun. I don't think 50 Cent does either. You know, I don't care about money enough to trade it for fun. I really don't. I think fun is much, much more valuable than money. And fun is an economy. And I think you can't have fun for free forever off of free video games and have the time of your fucking life and never pay them and have a really fun life and actually be a happier person than Donald Trump or Elon Musk, which is what I'm doing. I'm paying essentially free games, or I buy them once and I'm done with them, right? And I have all the time in the world. I have so much fun. I watch videos like, Asmongold, and I play Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever, and a good time was had by all. I love it. It's a great time. It's fun. Maybe not everybody watches me, but it you know, I'm there and I'm doing it. And I guarantee I'm having so much more fun than Donald Trump. I might not be having that much more fun than Elon, because they were saying that he constantly plays Diablo all day. That's like what he actually does. He does ketamine and plays Diablo all day. That's like what he actually does while he travels around the world to fire people or whatever it is that corpos do. But like, you know, he might be having as much fun as me, because he is doing like 5 drugs and like, you know, playing Diablo 4 and fucking the most beautiful women in the world. So he is having more fun than me, definitely. But I don't know if he is having as much happiness index per hour as I am. I think he's aware that half the world hates him, and that weighs on him, I think. And I'm not, I'm not unhappy. I think he is. I think he's unhappy because half the world is unhappy with him, and he wants everybody's love, just like all these other insecure, imposter syndrome billionaires have. They're all imposter syndrome people who think that they're all Dunning-Kruger imposter syndrome people who are convinced that the world hasn't given them the credit that their meritocracy asses deserve. And so they have issues that they're not legitimate when the world questions them, or half the world hates them, or something like this. So they compensate, and they buy 15 mansions and date 15 women and have 15 families, and they do ketamine and play Diablo and shit. They compensate and shit. I'm not sure they're having as much happiness index rating per hour that I am. I think I'm a happier person per hour than Donald Trump. And he is one of the richest people in the fucking world, or whatever. At least Elon is. And you would think that rich and money would bring you happiness on a level where your fun rating was through the roof 1 billion times or whatever. And I'm sure on a Friday night at the club it is. You can just go from hot tub to sports car to club to vagina to hot tub to club to vagina to sports club, and if you're not fucking vagina, you're like hot tubbing or drinking or doing ketamine or something, right? And sure, that's 1 billion laughs and 1 billion joys and a crazy spiritual experience all rolled up in one. That's the most fun a human being could ever have. But it's only for about 6 to 18 hours or something like that. I have 4,000 hours in Rust, and I'm happy, or 5,000 hours in Rust, and I'm happy with those numbers because I was happy a lot of the time when I was playing that game with the experience. I was having fun. I was having fun on 76 and stuff. And I think my playing free games or cheap games for the free monthly or whatever is actually earning me more fun per hour than Elon Musk. And it's a lesson about choosing lifestyles. I'm not saying I'm better than Elon Musk. I'm saying I'm happier than Elon Musk. You can see it from the pure, real smile on my joyous face. And it's not fake, and it doesn't take the world into consideration when I make it. It's a little fake because I'm not actually smiling. There's nothing, and right now there's nothing to smile about except the fact that I'm mocking Elon Musk. But it's but if let me think about something joyous. I think it's a really joyous thing that 50 Cent is reforming the rap scene, because I care about the rap scene. And look at the pure joy and the smile on my face. It's the same smile that he's got when he's in these interviews each day, because it's I feel pure simple joy that we're going to take back rap. We're going to take back rap from these terrible piece of shit software developer thieves that used autocoder to replace rap or whatever. We're going to take them down. We're going to get them, and it's good. I think we're going to take them down. They've been resting on their laurels too long, trying to pass us a product that wasn't worth the money that we were paying.
The girls on the bus looked
I
really...
think it's time to take them down. You can see the smile of real joy on my face as I talk about the downfall of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, quite righteously, for child pedophilia.
young, adding that some of them could have been in training
They're
bras.
all in the Epstein files. They all were in the freak-offs. I wonder if Todd Howard was there. I'm not being hyperbolic. That is, I came back. I was very scared to make this statement until today. But no, the court evidence and the video evidence have come back, and our fucking cultural elite, like QAnon has been saying since 2001 or whatever, in the fucking anarcho-punk scene when it first started, since 9/11 and JFK denial and all this other shit. Like, you know, it was originally leftist and it was somewhat rightist a little bit, like Dale Gribble and stuff, the JFK conspiracy theorists and stuff. But then we went online when 9/11 happened, and I really did believe that a cabal of cultural elite were raping our children because they were constantly getting caught doing it in court. They were constantly getting caught. That is a reason to believe that something's real if there is court evidence suggesting that it is so. And there is a lot of Jeffrey Epstein court evidence to suggest that Donald Trump is a fucking pedophile. We don't know if he is, but we know that it suggests it very, very, very strongly. And a lot of other people that ran our planet as well.
Despite that, she says that her...
I want that same reform in video games. I wonder if Todd Howard and Bobby Kotick were at the freak-offs. It wouldn't surprise me.
Her daughter was repeatedly offered glasses of champagne and approached by middle-aged men, at which point she'd step in and say, hey...
Yeah, like that's weird when you have to go play linebacker for your 15-year-old daughter at the Mar-a-Lago party. That is fucking weird. Those cultural elite, they have the most to lose in the fucking world. But it's obvious that they think these lawyers can save them from anything. It's obvious. You can see that P. Diddy thought that the lawyers were Superman as he cries and talks to them at the beginning of the documentary on his cell phone. You could tell it was obvious that he and all these cultural elite thought that the lawyers were Supermen, that were going to save them from child sex charges that they filmed, that the public got their hands on. The lawyers are good, yeah, but they're not miracle fucking workers. They're not going to get you out of child rape if you filmed it and it got out to the public. They're not miracle workers, no. And you're crying and screaming at them on the fucking cell phone and shit like this and being like, okay, it's time for you to figure out what to do. And it's like, sure, there is legal strategies that they could do to get you out of this. There is stuff that they can do. Trust me, that's the stuff they've been doing. They're using every trick that they can in the legal book to get you out of this. They are not being lazy. They're not bad lawyers. But can they get you out of 30 or 40 child sex charges or rape charges or sex trafficking charges or 70 fucking trafficking charges and stuff or abduction charges? No, not if you filmed it. No, they're not miracle workers. They're not God. They can't wave a magic wand and make the camera go away. Maybe Elon Musk could do that with $1 trillion, but that's what it would take. It would take $1 trillion to get P. Diddy out of this. It would take. I almost said Bill Gates, but it would take like $1 trillion to get P. Diddy out of this, and they would probably have to like bust him out of jail, frankly, and take him to some crazy Tibetan like cave or something. That's what they would have to do. I don't think they can do it through legitimate means anymore. He filmed himself raping children, and he thought the lawyers were going to somehow conceal this when he released him he released those videos to the public somehow, because we got them. We got the freak out videos. I guess they indicted it when they busted him, and then the public got their hands on the freak out videos, and they saw what was going on there, and they understood that our cultural elite have taken over all the industries and used the money to bribe non-disclosure agreements for child sex at places like Mar-a-Lago. That is what the court evidence is suggesting. It is not a conspiracy theory. I would not make this assumption. It is still an assumption, kind of, because we haven't seen it yet. But it's a safe assumption to make, because there are videos of them doing this stuff out in the public right now. If you go on the dark web, you can see everything that P. Diddy did. I mean, I don't suggest you do it. The dark web's a very, very dangerous place full of IP trackers that will cause you problems, and it is not safe. But I mean, but if you want to see what actually happened to the freak-offs, you can go. It has been released. It's on the dark web. I wouldn't ever do that in my life. I'm just not like that. There is snuff child porn videos on the dark web of what the freak-off videos were. And like they know what they did, and there is implications that Donald Trump was there. The Republicans don't want to believe it. They think it's all just some hoax because he keeps saying that. But remember, we're not quoting some fucking celebrity TMZ journalist. Not really. We're quoting court. I mean, we are for some of it, but not the real stuff, like the tunnel or the abduction or the KY jelly or the rape kits or the 40 victims or the. I mean, that shit's real.
I'm her mom.
Emails, text messages,
and finally with her, when
hearts with pubic hair and stuff like this, where you like address the worst pedophilic fucking pimp in history as your best friend about your hidden secret. And I'm sorry, but it's like, yeah, you think the lawyers are going to save you and you think you can just hide in plain sight. But Donald Trump, you ended up being those people that you professed you would stop. It is that crappy fucking thing. You told us you would be the Batman vigilante that would come in and take the Republicans' vote and use it to stop these cultural elite. You were at the freak-off parties. You are the cultural elite that raped these children. We want you gone.
When she said she went to the bathroom, she says that they ran into Trump's then wife, Marla Maples, who clasped her hands, looked her in the eye, and warned, whatever you do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband. Protect her. Though I will say, when asked about that, Maples denied ever saying that. But with Trump, whether you think that he was actively doing something or not, a big part of the focus here is just the relationship with him and Epstein. Because for some, it helps paint a picture. Because, I mean, Epstein himself was even asked about it during a deposition in 2010, and this was his answer.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence
He
of...
pled the fifth for this, as I recall, didn't he? He pled the fifth. You know who pleads the fifth. There's only two types of people that plead the fifth. Guilty or falsely accused. This man was convicted. He was not falsely accused. He's guilty. He's pleading the fifth to whether or not Donald Trump was at the freak-offs. That's what this is. Only two people plead the fifth. Two types of people. It only ever happens. It's like a weird scientific math thing. There's only two types of people that ever plead the fifth, right? Because it's a really bad indication of lying. It's liars or people that were genuinely falsely accused. This man was proven in a court of law, not falsely, of what he did. And so why he pled the fifth on Donald Trump is beyond me. That can only hurt him and maybe get him a longer sentence. District prosecutors, they don't like it when you plead the fifth. They assume you're guilty or willing to be guilty of perjury at that point. So they fucking smack you. They're like, wait, you're pleading the fifth? You're not saying anything at all? Well, then you did steal the cookies from the fucking cookie jar. If you're acting like you don't want to talk about it, then you obviously stole the cookie from the fucking cookie jar, and we're just gonna assume you're fucking guilty now. We can't prosecute you because you pled the fucking fifth, but we can make your life fucking hell while we look into everything else you fucking did and look for the finest little grain of sand on the beach that'll actually get you in a jail cell, and they're gonna fuck you on that because you crossed them by pleading the fifth. He shouldn't have pled the fifth. He should have sold Donald Trump out. You're a slime bag pimp. You're supposed to sell out the black book. You're an idiot. What do drug dealers do? I was one. I got caught. What do you think I did? I tried to sell out a rapist to get out of a 10-year charge, right? That's what we do. What do you think pimps do when they get caught? They sell out their black book. This fucking idiot was so fucking stupid. He thought he could keep the money after they wasted him or whatever. If I was him, I would have known I was going to die. I'd been like, no, I'm going to die here. I pissed off the cultural elite. I pissed off the dudes in this prison that I live at. I pissed off the media. I pissed off everybody, and somebody's going to get me. Somebody's, like Christopher Wallace in the documentary talking about somebody's coming for me. Somebody's hunting me, right? He had this feeling, but he thought somehow that it was all going to be okay, that these pigs who hate him were going to protect him from his assassin, or that these people that hate him for raping children are going to fucking be sympathetic to him, or that the lawyers are going to get him out of 500 fucking rape charges, or whatever the fuck crazy shit that he did. And no, none of that stuff is reality. It's just you raping children, you fucking shithead. And it's like, why are you pleading the fifth? Sell out Donald Trump to the fucking prosecutor. Get immunity. You know he wants Donald Trump way worse than you. You're so fucking stupid and dumb. Also, the cultural elite, the meritocracy, quote unquote meritocracy, you try to tell us that they're better than us all the time. We constantly, every day, all day, because of the internet and because of video, we constantly catch these people who are supposed to be our moral and intellectual and financial superiors, we constantly catch them being more retarded than a bag of hammers. These people that are supposed to be our cultural and intellectual betters. This guy, if he had any fucking brains at all, could have just sold out Donald Trump and they would have let his ass walk out of the prison. He could have bragged about Ghislaine. He could have been like, I'm that child molester guy. They let me go. I sold out Donald Trump. They wanted him way worse. And I made my deal. And my demand was that they don't ever tell anybody what I did. And that is what an NDA is, right? And he signs this NDA. He could have sold out Trump, but no, Trump probably was his best friend, and he probably meant it when he promised Trump that he wouldn't tell the world what Trump did to those little girls. He probably actually meant it when he made the promise. I can't believe this guy's broken sense of a thief's honor, of a child rapist's honor, lived even past his death, basically, and protected Donald Trump. Fucking Donald Trump, what the fuck do you care about Donald Trump? You're going up to face life in prison, if not the chair. Like, why not just sell out Donald Trump and walk out of the fucking prison? Anybody with a brain would have done so. But this guy doesn't have a brain. He's got a penis where his brain is, and it's set on 15-year-old girls, you know? Donald Trump, too. You catch these are moral and intellectual and financial superiors who act so much bigger and better than us in those Rolls Royces and shit that they drive around in their private jets and shit, doing the most mentally retarded shit, like filming their fucking massive felonies. That like how many felonies occurs at a freak off? It's like 500 to 1,000 or something like that. Why are you filming it, you fucking idiot? You are raping children. That's got to be 500 to 1,000 fucking felonies. Any criminal in the book would be like, so you are taping your crimes so your prosecutor can slam dunk your case? Anybody would have been like that, but these pieces of shit who tell us that they're intellectually superior to us because they're rich all the fucking time can't even make smart decisions like maybe I should sell out Donald Trump and walk out of the prison scot-free, because that's what they would have done. I'm sure it came up. They probably were like, no, we're not going to let you walk out of here. We can't do that to the victims. I'm sure they probably were really good people. In the end, the prosecutor, he was probably like, no, I'm not going to let you walk from this. No. He was like, walking is off the table. That's probably what he said when he stepped in the room. The prosecutor, I could see like a Ben Stone in my mind in a fake episode of Law and Order busting piece of shit ass Epstein and fucking Ghislaine in the next room. And he's bouncing between the rooms trying to corroborate the stories and shit like this, interrogating them shit like a police procedural like Law and Order 1, or I'm sorry, the original OG Law and Order. And I can see Ben Stone interrogating fucking Jeffrey Epstein. And I swear to God, as he walks in the room, Ben Stone says, well, you're not walking. I guarantee it. First thing the prosecutor says as he walks in the room is, well, you're not walking. I don't know why I'm talking to your lawyer. You're not walking. And Jeffrey goes, but I know things. I can see the Law and Order. You can see this Law and Order episode. Like, you know, I can even draw it. I can draw it in paint. It's like a scene in Law and Order, right? This is how clown this stupid ass shit actually is. It's just crazy. So here's like a table in an interrogation room. And here's Jeffrey Epstein, J.E. And here's D.P., douchebag prosecutor. Because, I mean, I've never met or conceived of a prosecutor who wasn't a douchebag. They're the holier-than-thou Catholics who want to tell you that you're evil because concentrated evil comes out your back end and stuff. Prosecutors are douchebags. They always are. But I love a particular prosecutor, by the way. I'm sorry. I like a particular public defender, but prosecutors are always jack-offs. They're nice people, and they have wonderful ethics. Like, I would trust them with my life and my wallet. Like, they're not bad people, you know. Prosecutors, they're really not. I trust their moral compasses more than I would normally trust other people's moral compasses. In terms of being bad people, no. Prosecutors are not bad people, no. But they're not nice people. They're definitely assholes. They're not like, do you want to go outside? Is that what this is about? You keep meowing. I have a job where I talk all day, kitty. If you can't handle that, you're going to have to adapt. I'm terribly sorry. Get the fuck out of my house. Go. You've been meowing for 10 minutes. Please stop sound warfaring me like the piece of shit software developers. Ugh. I can't believe I'm doing a Microsoft Paint of the Jeffrey Epstein interrogation. But I mean, there's douchebag prosecutor. D-O-P-R. Douchebag prosecutor sitting across the fucking table. And I call him a douchebag because he's not a nice man. He wheels and deals. Here's his graph, right? Which is, you did something good. You did something bad. Where are you on this chart? Right? Good. Bad. How much did you know? How much intent did you have? Etc. How good, how bad are you? And they look up and down on this chart, and then they decide how long they're going to imprison you, which is the other part of it. Like, and then the back and forth across the table begins, which is like a game of tennis. And you've seen it on Law and Order before, where, like, you know, and the left and right on the plus sign is the tennis game that is the plea, and they're bouncing an offer across the table and stuff. And Ben Stone comes walking in my fake Law and Order OG episode, and Ben Stone from season 4 comes walking in, and he's like, well, you're not walking. You know, and Jeffrey goes, but I know things. And Jeffrey's douchebag criminal prosecutor, Jeffrey's like expensive criminal lawyer is sitting there next to him. That's CR, that's criminal CL, excuse me. And Jeffrey's criminal lawyer, right? And I mean this, Jeffrey's criminal lawyer, who's not probably a criminal, but definitely protects criminals, which one could argue is kind of criminal. But you know, but it's not evil. Like but the lawyer is sitting here with Jeffrey across the, you know, at the table with him. There's only like 4 people in the room. There's the prosecutor and the assistant prosecutor on this federal case, and there's all these other people with them, probably 16 other people for them from other agencies and stuff that need to see the proceedings. And they ask Jeffrey what he knows. And they're like, and so Jeffrey goes, but I know something. Jeffrey goes, but... You know, the first thing Ben Stone says, I don't know who the prosecutor on Jeffrey's case was, but Ben Stone walks in and he's like, well, you're not walking. You know, you're not walking. That's the one thing. He goes, well, I promise you're not walking. You know, that's the first thing he says. I guarantee it. Because that's what all the police procedurals say, and I'm fairly sure that's what prosecutors say too, when they're this evil. They're like, well, you're not walking, so I don't know why we're here. And the lawyer goes, my client... you know, I could have been a lawyer. I actually know all this process stuff enough to know what's going on. I've been busted by the police enough to know. I know. And so the lawyer goes, the criminal lawyer goes, let's call him, the criminal lawyer, we'll call him Better Call Saul. We'll call him Saul. So Saul goes, Jeffrey knows things. Jeffrey knows people. They did things that you care about, and these people are higher profile than Jeffrey. Why wouldn't you walk him? And the prosecutor goes, and this is what always happens too, and it's a tragedy. And I'm gonna start a new picture because it's become too cluttered now and too crazy. But here's the table, you know. Here's Jeffrey. Here's the prosecutor. They're playing their game of appeal tennis now. And the lawyer and the prosecutor are doing battle, but Jeffrey's just sitting there. And and Saul, the criminal lawyer, he goes, well, Jeffrey knows that a whole bunch of cultural elite have been raping children at the P. Diddy freak-offs, and at Mar-a-Lago, and at you know, and in places like where Jeffrey's mansion is, like the island and stuff. And the lawyer wants to trade the Trumps for a commuted sentence. It means that you got busted, you got 50 years in jail, you did something for the pigs. That's what the P in prosecutor's for. You did something for the pigs, so they like you. The pigs want to fuck the Trumps, because they know that the Trumps have been raping children in the background. And they want the Trumps more than they want Jeffrey. The problem is, the pigs, especially the prosecutor at the level that's meeting Jeffrey Epstein, they are what they call they are at the service of not only the public but also their bosses and their district managers and their like senators and their congressmen and their bosses and all this, and they cannot trade somebody with 40 victims or more. Was it 400? There was many victims in this case, and they're going to prosecute for something like 40 of them, but they could probably land like 100, but they're probably too lazy to land more than 40, because when you land 40, you've got him for life, and then you can just take his empire, which is what they really want. They want his crazy underage hooker blackmail empire money, because it's probably $1 trillion or something crazy. He was like blackmailing, Saudi princes and Prince Alberts and stuff like that. And his blackmail wasn't like, pay me $100 million or I tell the crown that you bought a 16-year-old last night, or sorry, like a 14-year-old last night. And Jeffrey doesn't say, pay me $100 million or I tell the queen what you did. He says, keep buying the 15-year-old for $100,000 a pop for 30 sessions, And he used these 15-year-olds and 14-year-olds like they were, I'm going to use a better term because it's sort of victim shaming, like kind of like a revolving door. And the pigs, they know that. They know that Jeffrey used 400 little girls like a revolving door of underage sex. The pigs have to deal with the victims' families, the VF, the victims' families. And their tax money pays the pigs to be there at the table with Jeffrey. The pigs will not trade 400 rape charges just to bust Trump. The victims tear them apart in the media. And they literally lose their police station. It's happened before. If the pigs wheel and deal with a rapist to the tune of 50 victims or something so they can bust somebody higher that they're after even more, like the Trumps or Bill Gates, the closest that they can get to that is they bust Jeffrey for all 400 victims and they give him 20 years for each victim, and they give him this crazy 8,000 year sentence. And the closest that Jeffrey can get to walking is if they offer to commute that sentence for knowledge that he has for much worse people. Now, they probably tried to use this, but the problem is, the prosecutor probably is Ben Stone, or we would know a lot more about the cultural elite. And the prosecutor on the left and Jeffrey and Saul on the right have now reached what they call an impasse, where, like, an unstoppable force, an unstoppable force, which is, Jeffrey's knowledge of the other cultural elite, hits the immovable object right here at the center of that negotiation table, where the fucking pigs, they go no. The victims' families will not let us trade 400 victims like some kind of chattel for Donald Trump. And now the prosecutor probably had to be told by the lawyer. The first thing the prosecutor does is they're like, I'm not acting in bad faith. You have to tell me what you know, and I'll offer a proffer on that. But you have to tell me what you know about other people before I even tell you if I'll wheel and deal about it. And I'll proffer on one thing, so you better tell me the worst thing that you know. And I'll tell you whether or not I can deal with you. So Jeffrey's lawyer, Saul, tells them about Trump and the fact that Trump was like engaging Jeffrey at Mar-a-Lago to bring 15-year-old girls to his debutante parties and shit. And the pigs go, wow. we have the most valuable information. Value. This is the most valuable information that any pig has ever drummed up on the fucking table, short of the Western interrogators who finally figured out that Hitler was committing the Holocaust and the internment camps. That was also the other really, really valuable piece of information in history. Was a lot of the world's leadership did not know that he was gassing Jews in the internment camp, and when they knew, his time became his days became numbered. The minute that the world knew that he was gassing Jews in those internment camps and not telling anybody and lying about it, the whole world decided that his days was numbered. It wasn't just him. It wasn't just us. It was even also, I think, his fellow Axis people were also like, he gassed 6 million people and didn't say anything. Even his fellow Axis people, like the fucking Nazis, like Nazis in the party, like Japanese people and Italian people, were struggling with this idea that he had gassed 6 million people. It's just kind of crazy. They didn't do anything, but they were struggling with it. So, the other big, valuable piece of information in mankind's history, there's been a couple, like D-Day, the internment camps were a secret, D-Day was a secret, the internment camps were a secret, and the fact that Trump was buying little girls at Mar-a-Lago from Jeffrey Epstein, which is the information that came out in the court case. This was the most valuable information that a police officer, any police officer, right? Any police officer or anybody who represents the court has ever drummed out of a fucking client or a perpetrator. It was when like the pigs come in maybe suspecting something like this. They're like, our base is that we expect something really, really bad from Jeffrey, but we're not mind readers. We don't know what weird savage shit he and all his weird rich friends were doing. So we're back at square zero. We're back at square one with Jeffrey until we figure out who he was actually with. Because if they were bigger threats than Jeffrey and reached more women, or well, I'm saying women like they're adults, but they're not women, they're underage hookers. You know, they're like underage hookers who are taken from poor places like Barbados, like Rihanna, to service Jeffrey and his rich clients like Donald Trump. This is the reality. That is the court case evidence. It's like, you know, it sucks, but we knew this a year ago, but we didn't really know how connected Trump and Jeffrey actually were. So now the pigs are like, oh my God, they call this kicking the hornet's nest. The hornet's nest is kicked, right? The hornet's nest that is the pigs is kicked. And by pigs, I also mean prosecutors and stuff. The law, they call it the law. It wouldn't be the pigs at this point. It's actually an entity concerning the law, right? This is the law at the left side of the table. It's not only the pigs who busted Jeffrey who need the interest and stuff, but it's also the lawyers that are prosecuting him, and they're more important because they're the ones that have to slam dunk the case. So now we draw the picture for what I'm getting, for the part of the story that I'm at. They're at this graph table across from each other, and here's the law, here's Jeffrey and Saul, and there's the knowledge and the value that the law now has. The law now knows something, which is like Trump, right? But honestly, in Jeffrey's favor, unfortunately. This was in Jeffrey's favor, but it also destroyed him too. In Jeffrey's favor is the sheer number of victims. And I like drawing this on paint because it does matter. I will draw you charts and graphs as to why this matters to our politics and stuff, right? The law cannot ignore 400 victims, because that's like a downward play. That's like not only did Jeffrey rape them, so he's above them, but they've been reduced to even below the law because the law trades them like some kind of chattel to make the conviction on Jeffrey, right? And the law is not corrupt. They're not corrupt like Jeffrey. They're not corrupt like Trump. They are, especially not these prosecutors that sit across the table from Jeffrey Epstein. They're not corrupt, and you want to know why? They tape record everything they do, like P. Diddy, and they have to show it in a court of law to a judge and a jury. They're not corrupt because they can wheel and deal corrupt, and they can keep secrets, and they can be biased with you, but they can't be corrupt because they're on camera in front of a judge and a jury all day. They don't have secrets that they use tactically other than to win cases because, they would be accused of corruption, so I do have some faith in, I don't trust them, but I do have some faith in the prosecutor that sat down across from Jeffrey, because the law knows that we have moral and legal standards and sets and practices in this country set by the SCOTUS, where we don't trade 400 victims for Donald Trump. They just won't do that. The law, the prosecutor, they have to talk to the victims' families when they get them to testify against Jeffrey. The mothers of those families, they look the prosecutor in the eye and they're like, I lost my baby. And the prosecutor goes, yes, ma'am, you did. And the mother goes, 400 of us lost our babies. And the prosecutor nods and says, yes, ma'am, you did. And the prosecutor can't say anything other than that, because it would be a lie if it wasn't. Like the 400 mothers that came into this controversially came in and hung Jeffrey to dry and had their daughters testify and all this crazy shit. And hopefully the parents are there, but the assumption is if it's a 15-year-old or 14-year-old or 13-year-old illegal, like trafficked, I don't know I don't like the word hooker, because I don't think these girls, the girls that young, do this willingly. I think they're kidnapped. I think Rihanna was kidnapped, frankly, because she was poor. But I think some of the 15-year-old girls do sell this willingly, and that's the problem. The girls that sold it willingly, they can't be judged by the jury. They can be judged and are judged by the jury, but they can't be shamed. The girls who were kidnapped can't be shamed. But the girls who sold this to Jeffrey willingly, they can be shamed, grudged, or ignored by the jury, because the jury especially juries who are really, really, really biased against prostitutes, which happens a lot. Prostitution is a really bad biased thing because Christianity is very common in this country, and Christianity turns a very dark, very violent, very ignorant eye to prostitution and how bad it is, or what the problems the prostitutes face, both male and female or any gender. And yeah, the prosecutors are very dark to our prostitutes. It's not so fair what happens to prostitutes. I do have some sympathy to that, but one of the ways that prostitutes who are victimized and raped and stuff, especially underage ones, are really victimized is when they have to testify in court. The jury goes, in their minds, they don't say this to the poor victim, but the jury goes in their minds. The jury is like basically a jury is like 12 judges, and the whole point of it is like the 12 judges are meant to argue with each other until they reach majority, like the SCOTUS, and that's what a jury is. So the jury doesn't care about your feelings. If you do something like, as an underage hooker, sell sex willingly to somebody like Donald Trump, they're going to blame you for that. They're going to be like, the jury will blame you, and the lawyers know this. The jury will blame you. They'll be like, you willingly sold that sex. Yeah, the guy who bought the sex is way worse, but I mean, you sold the sex, didn't you? You willingly sold the sex to him. It takes two to tango. The guilt is on both sides, and that's the attitude that the victims face in rape trials. So they don't testify in rape trials, and like for every 160,000 yearly rape cases, there's like fucking 1,200 testify. There's like 1,200 witnesses or something out of the 160,000 or something. Like 90% of them don't testify because the jury breaks their hearts when the jury goes, well, we came back deadlocked, or we sided on the side of the fucking rapist, which breaks the fucking rape victim's heart when they release the rapist, right? That breaks the fucking victim's heart. They were hoping for justice, and when they don't get it, they blame the jury, and the jury goes, but you know, and then they ask the jury later in interviews, why did this come back? Like, you didn't prosecute him for sex trafficking, and the jury goes, you sold this to him willingly. You know, and that's the response. That's what the jury says, is you sold sex as an underage minor to him willingly. You testified in court that you did so. So the jury goes, but you sold this to him willingly, you know? It sucks that he bought a minor, but, you know, you did sell this to him willingly. You took money, and that's, the law is all about that. Possession is 9/10 of the law. If you take money to sleep with a little girl that Jeffrey Epstein sells you, that is a basis for conviction. That is sex trafficking, and it is really bad. It's way worse than it used to be, too. It used to just be buying a hooker, and they didn't care about it. They would give you like a felony $200 charge, and they let you out the next day. But now it's like sex trafficking, and it's much, much worse to get caught purchasing a hooker or being a hooker. It's much, much worse. So I have some sympathy to the jury, because they're just making that, the jury does not know that underage hooker. They don't know that hooker. They've never met her. They've only ever seen her that day. So it's very easy for them to make that flash judgment that, but the underage hooker dressed up like a hooker and went around these rich men and then named a price and took that price. And it was like two bad actor faith parties. That's the argument that the lawyer makes. The defense lawyer makes this argument that, well, she sold it willingly. Can you rape the willing? That's literally what the fucking lawyers say. Maybe verbatim too. If they're good lawyers, they say it in like 10 words. They're like, they don't bore the jury for 2 hours trying to like close it up or whatever. They just hit like fucking, you know, like Lincoln Lawyer, and they just drop the 10-word bomb, which is that, can you rape the willing? You know? That's probably what his lawyers said. They were like, can you rape the willing? Like 90% of these girls named a price when they actually did the act. So can you rape the willing? And yes, it sucks that they were underage, but at least, you know, he wasn't like full-blown raping them. He was paying them money. They did exchange goods for services, which implies that he's not as evil as we think he is, because he named a price. Or sorry, they named a price first. He was willing to pay it. It was their idea to do it because they were willing to name a price first. And the lawyers start quibbling about what the intent is there. And they could do that for years. They can be like, well, she named a price first, so isn't she the hook? I'm sorry, isn't she the prostitution? She was the one who named a price first, so it's her idea to conduct that dirty, illegal, underage, sinful business, isn't it, if she names the price first? And the lawyers make shitty arguments about this because they are trying to sway 12 mortal jury members who are just basically the SCOTUS, but like a mini SCOTUS, and all 12 of them need a majority. If any 12 of those people dislike prostitution, if any one of them dislikes prostitution, and this is why we have 160,000 rape cases a year. We talked about this morning, and I couldn't sleep until 6 a.m. because I was crunching on the real killing problems that are destroying America. And one of the killing problems that is destroying America is 160,000 convicted rape cases. They are convicted, but it's 160,000 convicted rape cases every year. There's probably only 100,000 witnesses in those cases. Probably like the other 60,000 don't even have witnesses. They just have DNA evidence or something like that, which is fucking insane. So they're like convicting like 40% of this on DNA evidence from the sperm and stuff. And they know that like 90 fucking 8% of it is like male rape. It is sometimes a female teacher or incest or child abuse or neglect from a woman, but it's mostly men. It sucks that it is so I'm sure the right-wingers would hate me for being so anti-man, but I mean, it is statistically usually men. It's like 96% or something crazy. I don't know what the actual number is, but it's like, it is a gender-dominated thing. Males are generally the rapists. So, and it's unfortunate. I am not saying female rape doesn't occur. I used to be like, female rape doesn't occur. Statistically, it just doesn't. It almost doesn't occur. If it is, it's like a teacher sleeping with her minor or a mother sleeping with her son or something like that. It's not usually like a woman pulls up in a fucking fast car, asks if you need a ride, and then abducts you like fucking like that poor girl in Silence of the Lambs, right? And that was a big thing, the beginning of the Silence of the Lambs, because nobody wants their American daughters walking around and then getting stuck somewhere and asking for a ride from some, or like a dude is like, can you help me move this sofa into my truck? And like, you know, and then it turns out he's wedged her in there and he can't get in there because of a bad back or something like that. But no, he's abducting her, and then he slams the door shut, and it's fucking terrible. And this terrified our fucking nation. It terrified me when I watched it 20 years later, but it terrified them the day the movie hit the fucking audience, because they were like, wait, my daughter can just be full-blown abducted by some asshole with a van? And it terrified America, and the rape charges went up. They skyrocketed. It was insane. So then now we have 160 some odd thousand convicted rape cases every year, and we don't know what the number is of unconvicted ones, and we don't know what the number is of the ones who never get caught. It's like three bad numbers there. There's the ones who got convicted, which is 160,000. There's the ones who they fail convicting the case. Then those are probably like 40% of it or something like that, because it's skewed. It's skewed in like our current legal system is skewed to protect Jeffrey. It's not skewed to protect the victims. It's skewed to protect Jeffrey. The burden of proof is much harder for the opposing prosecuting offense. It is much harder burden on the offense to stick the fucking prosecution. It's a much higher burden. They have to prove to the jury without a shadow of a doubt that there wasn't mitigating circumstances of circumstantial evidence or anything like that. The jury has to be certain in their mind that this person did this, or they get a mistrial or a deadlock, or they retry, or they try to get him for something else. Is what they usually do. They don't even try the same crime again. They just are like, well, he committed 200 crimes. Let's go try one of the other ones, right? Because this one obviously didn't work. And they try to get him for something else like racketeering or RICO. A lot of rich rapists, they get busted for RICO. They don't get the rape conviction because they don't have DNA evidence. They were smart about that. Or the victims won't come forward, because when the victims do come forward, right, the jury is like, but you sold this to him. You were an underage hooker who sold this to him. At least with these cases about, like, you know, the Jeffreys and the Diddies and stuff, the jury is poisoned against the victims in these Jeffrey Diddy cases because they know that these little girls were desperate. They did exchange money for goods and services. There was a product that was purchased, and it was their idea if they name a price first. And that's how prostitution and drug dealing works. If you name a price as a seller first, you have distributed drugs. You may not even have to maybe do the exchange of money for drugs. Usually they do, because it's so lawyered now that the lawyer can get you off on a technicality if you don't prove that the drugs were in your hand and the case gets drawn out and stuff. But it's so likely for the so unlikely for the prosecution to stick this case. It actually is. It's like really hard. The burden of proof is difficult. They've got to prove to the jury beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jeffrey raped little girls, or whatever the charges are, racketeering and stuff. So they go about the good, you know, law, white hat business of systematically proving all 7,000 charges, or all 2,000 rapes, or all 2,000 RICO charges, the times he dodged taxes, the times that he built businesses that weren't legitimate or put it in his mama's name. They steal his empire. They give that to the government so they can pay for all the money it takes to prosecute his ass. And that's unfortunate. But I came up this morning thinking I don't want to resent the government for taking P. Diddy's money. I think they need that to pay these prosecutors to have enough ethics to actually prosecute his ass. Some of these lawyers, I think, you know, they don't need to prosecute Jeffrey. They could just go on about their lives. But they do it because they're trying to actually fix our community, and we de-incentivize this by paying them not much money if they're public servants, you know? So I'm actually kind of okay now. I woke up feeling okay that the government takes Jeffrey and P. Diddy's money and gives it to the Fed as opposed to the 400 victims, because I forgot, but yeah, paying prosecutors to prosecute Jeffrey for 5 fucking years is morbidly expensive. It's morbidly, it costs about as much money as Jeffrey had. It's not cheap to prosecute these fucking criminals, but the 400 victims want justice. The public is down here. We're down here at the bottom, and we're taking advantage by the law. We're taking advantage by Jeffrey. We're sympathetic to the fucking to the rape victims the most. We would prefer if this 400 was at the top of this whole equation, and they were taken care of first. They get the money first. They don't have to testify any more than they need to. They shouldn't have to cry when they testify. The jury shouldn't be able to be poisoned against them because they sold the sex in the first place. Because just because you named the price, if you're under 18, you are not mature enough to decide whether or not you are ready to have sex with an adult. That is what the SCOTUS decided. You are just too young if you are under the age of 16 to give consent in this country, in every state in the union. I don't think it's younger. If it is, it's like 15 in Nebraska or something like that, because everybody lives in cornfields and they've got to go date and they got to do it younger. So I think the youngest consent law in the country is like Nebraska, because they're like a field state or something. But yeah, and driving's really young there too. Driving's like 15 in Nebraska, because the farm boys need to be able to drive at the age of 15. It's like an actual reality. They need it. So they lowered the driving age. They make exceptions when there's reasons. So the youngest age of consent, I bet there's a bunch of pedophiles living in the state that's got the lowest age of consent, because those hookers, if they're young, those 50-year-old hookers in Omaha, Nebraska, or whatever, whoever's got the lowest age of consent in the U.S., and I don't want to Google that. I'm not going to put that on stream. I don't want to go Google what the lowest age of consent is in America. I want to do it for the topic for the stream, but I don't want to do it because it's a bad look. It's like a fucking bad look. It's like predatory behavior. I don't want to be known. I don't want to Google search like that. So so the public is down here. We get shat on because our taxes have to pay for the fucking prosecutor. Our taxes are stolen and cheated by Jeffrey. Our money that was stolen and cheated by Jeffrey is spent on Better Call Saul. We're sympathetic to the victims who stand with us, and we stand with them, but we're still on the lower end of this fucking equation, and we would prefer if the 400 was elevated up here above both the law and Jeffrey, and the 400 victims are fucking treated with almost, what would be the word, like sanctuary, like they're treated with sanctuary, like juries can't doubt them if they sell the sex to Jeffrey, because it is a thing in this country about age of consent. If you're too young, you can't give consent in this country, but the juries still get poisoned and lose sex trafficking fucking charges against shitheads like Jeffrey Epstein or P. Diddy, because they're poisoned because the little girls sell the sex to Jeffrey and P. Diddy. And Jeffrey's lawyer, Better Call Saul or whatever, proves to the fucking court and the judge and the jury that Jeffrey has sold this sex, and that there was an exchange of money, and it was an exchange of goods for services, and that both the hooker is evil and Jeffrey. And is he that evil if he paid for it? And can you rape the willing and all this other stuff? And Better Call Saul goes crazy, and he's like, can you rape the willing? Can you rape the willing? She paid for it. Or sorry, she asked him for money. He paid for it. It was a lot of money too. He probably paid her like 10 grand each time he did this shit. It was a lot of money. He paid them good money. So can you rape the willing? And this sucks, but this does poison juries, and we don't get the rape convictions that we should get. And when the victims try to testify, they have to cry in front of 400 or 500 people, and sometimes it's televised, and it's the most terrible moment of their fucking lives. And we have some sympathy for this. I know all the sides of this, and I would have passed the bar and been the fucking I would have been the Better Call Saul. Who's the Lincoln Lawyer, right? Lincoln Lawyer is so good. It's a good show on Netflix. It's not an amazing show. It's kind of just a serial, It's kind of like popcorny, a little bit cheesy, but it does have good plot lines and stuff, and I liked it through season 1 anyways. But why do we love the Lincoln Lawyer so much? It's because he shows up and he's got the ethics of Ben Stone, or a really genuinely fucking kick-ass prosecutor like Casey or Alex, right? Or like all the Law and Order prosecutors that we love and know and love. I know their names, I know their lives and stuff. I love the Law and Order prosecutors, all the actors. They're such amazing actors, and the stories that they got to tell were so amazing too. The story of Ben Stone chokes me up so bad. They kicked him off at the end of season 5 because Michael Moriarty didn't like it or something. He was too chaste in the role or something. They wanted kind of a dirty prosecutor, but he was like a classic Catholic prosecutor, and he had a vision for what Ben Stone should be. But I think Dick Wolf wanted something else. They wanted a little bit more feminine, a little bit more dirty prosecutor who was willing to get down in the muck and fucking brawl with criminals and stuff. But Ben Stone was like this Christian, almost Bible thumping, quote scripture at you, classic prosecutor prosecutor. I think he was a Methodist or a Lutheran or something like this, and he was definitely fire and brimstone prosecutor more than the judges were. And I loved Ben Stone. He's my favorite television character of all time, almost, except for Jesse Pinkman, and also Saul Goodman, right? So if I were to pass the bar, my place in this whole crazy mess would be here as Better Call Saul. But I'm not stupid like all the other lawyers in the fucking world. I know that I can step to it with the ethics of a Ben Stone prosecutor and still do my job and defend douchebags like Jeffrey Epstein and Trump and P. Diddy and shit like this and make $1 billion off of their shitty drug money so that victim's money goes to at least the lawyer as opposed to the fucking rapist, you know? I don't have an issue with Better Call Saul getting Trump or P. Diddy's money or whatever. I actually really don't, because at least it didn't go to the rapist, you know? I'm okay with crazy criminals paying crazy criminal defense lawyers, because at least the rapist or the murderer didn't get to keep that money. It went to the fucking lawyer, and some of the lawyers are just as criminal as the fucking criminals are. But, you know, criminal defense lawyers are a thing that we do need. It is a part of our system. It's kind of like sewers or something. The criminal defense lawyers are the sewer of our fucking system. We don't like them, but it is a necessary need to get the shit protected. You know, get us protected from shit. You know, it is shit if a criminal cannot get a defense when they actually need one. It's the worst thing that can happen in a court of law. If it's an innocent person and they can't get the defense that they need, like because of bias or anything like that, that is like the system failed somebody at the most critical moment that a system shouldn't fail somebody. And so we really, really value like prosecutor conduct being ethical, but we don't value criminal defense lawyers' conduct being ethical. But I do, and we're starting to see shows like the LA lawyer, Lincoln Lawyer. We're starting to see Better Call Saul. You couldn't call Saul Goodman a good lawyer, but some of the stuff he was using the law to do were good things, you know? Not really, usually. But I mean, like, there was some good things that Better Call Saul did. And he sussed out some weird cases and made resolutions that wouldn't have normally been there. And he was a good lawyer in some funny, weird, funky ways. But he wasn't a good lawyer. He wasn't a good man. He was an evil man, Saul Goodman. But we need criminal lawyers. It's like this necessity for the fucking law. I've said it enough to really emphasize it. I really believe that. So my place in this, and I thought I would pass the bar sometime in my lifetime until I realized that humans will never ever deal with me. People like P. Diddy that run everything, they will never ever deal with me. They realize, just like 50 Cent, they realize I'm not afraid of them. They realize I will not work with them either. They realize that I will not take their money and I don't value it. They realize that I have more fun without their money, honestly. And like, and I don't need them. I don't need their fame. I don't need their glitz or their glamour. I'm not gay like them. Not that I care that they're gay, but I'm just not gay like them. I don't relate to it. So that's something I couldn't relate to with P. Diddy, and 50 Cent couldn't either. Like 25% of the human race is gay. And while I love that community and I treasure them and I can't relate to being gay, I'm not gay. So it's like, you know, so there was a lot of homophobia around the P. Diddy case. There was this implications that he was gay the entire time, but because he was a gangster rapper, he couldn't be honest about it and all this. There was these implications that like gay people rape children and all this terrible shit that came out, and it's just like not true. None of this stuff is true. So it's just weird. It's just a bad actor who was a rapist. It's like you have to take each person on a case-by-case basis. Not everybody in the black community is P. Diddy. Not every lawyer is Better Call Saul. Not every fucking rich person is Jeffrey Epstein. Not every like female pimp is Ghislaine. Not every prosecutor is Ben Stone. You got to take everybody on a case-by-case basis, and if they're a bad actor, you have to judge them on that. You can't judge them by some kind of profile just because they have the same color of skin or the same money or anything like that. And so they're doing this back and forth across the table, and Jeffrey offers Trump, and the law says no. Hundreds of victims. And I guarantee the Ben Stone prosecutor on this case, the star slam dunk, fucking, you know, like New York prosecutor and shit. I guarantee when Jeffrey says Trump. Freedom. Freedom for Trump. If I trade you Trump, can I get free? And the good New York prosecutor goes, absolutely the fuck not. I am fucking liable to at least 400 fucking victims, and their mothers will bomb my fucking house if I trade you for Trump. And I finally got to the end of it. That's all I wanted to talk about with this. It took me a long time, but I really love I love the law. I love our prosecutors. They fucked me in the ass in my lifetime and filed false assault charges on me and shit like that and backed crazy, weird, bad actors and stuff against me and terrible shit. I've had a bad experience with the prosecutors and stuff, but I still love them.